The sitting is open. Dear colleagues, the first item of business this afternoon is a debate under urgent procedure on Uphold Democracy and the Rule of Law in Georgia, document 16271, presented by Madame Edith Estrella and Mrs. Sabina Kudic, co-rapporteurs on behalf of the Monitoring Committee. We will begin with Edith Estrella and Sabina Kudic, co-rapporteurs. You have 5 minutes each now, and 5 minutes in total to reply to the debate later. So, Edith, you have the floor first.
Thank you, dear President, dear colleagues. Georgia is in the midst of a deep political crisis, one driven by contested elections, democratic backsliding, and anticipating confrontation between the ruling party and the opposition. The resolution we present to you addresses a crisis that can no longer be ignored. The situation in Georgia is of grave concern. In the resolution, we therefore take stock of developments that have taken place in Georgia since our last debate. We deeply regret that no progress has been made regarding our recommendations. On the contrary, the democratic backsliding has increased. Despite our repeated warnings, the political and social situation in Georgia has gotten worse. The authorities seem to be uninterested in dialogue and cooperation. They rejected cooperation with the Venice Commission and the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities. The Georgian authorities silenced opposition voices, put in prison journalists and civil society leaders, blocked the respected election observers, undermined the civil society with restrictive laws. Laws such as the Foreign Agent Registration Act and the law on grants are strangling NGOs while freezing their bank accounts has left many unable to continue their work. These are not the measures of a government committed to democracy, but of one intent on silencing criticism. Thousands of public servants have reportedly been fired for pro-European Union protest activity. But perhaps most alarming of all is the declared intention to ban opposition parties under the pretext of political investigations. If implemented, this would dismantle pluralism, silence all democratic alternatives, and move Georgia toward a one-party state. These actions are incompatible with Georgia's obligations as a member of the Council of Europe. They represent not only a betrayal of democratic values, but a direct challenge to the principles on which this organization is built. This deterioration needs to stop. The grave democratic backsliding needs to be reversed. The Assembly's recommendations and demands need to be implemented without delay. Meanwhile, the international community has expressed concern. The European Union and others have raised alarms about human rights abuses, restrictions on civil society, and erosion of democratic rules. The Georgian government must reverse its course. It must restore fundamental freedoms, stop political persecution, and re-engage with the Council of Europe in good faith. Dialogue remains possible, but only based on respect for our shared values. By adopting this resolution, we stand not against Georgia, but with its people, with their right to democracy, pluralism, and hope for a European future. So, dear colleagues, we ask you to support the resolution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, dear Edith. Sabina, it's your turn now.
Dear colleagues, there is no segment of democratic practices in life in Georgia today that does not find itself under enormous and dangerous pressure. Particularly, we look at one by one attacks on civil society. We look at the arrests of and the frozen accounts of the civil society organizations. May I remind you that Georgia once had the thriving, most promising civil society in the region that now finds itself on the brink of existence due to adopted legislation that treats its own organizations as foreign agents. Furthermore, looking at the elections that are coming up in Georgia on the 4th of October, local elections, we have zero proof that these elections can be free and fair, considering that they will have no civil society oversight. First of all, because of the enormous pressure that the Georgian civil society finds itself under. Second, there is no cooperation with international organizations for overseeing elections. The invitation for ODIHR came too late, preventing meaningful oversight and necessary refusal on the part of ODIHR to take part. And of course, our very own Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe, which had not been invited to participate in overseeing these elections. Next element of democratic life of Georgia, its journalists and free press. Again, we look at a field in which journalistic freedoms are stifled, and we continue to see attacks at journalists. We here point out Mzia Amaglobeli, who still finds herself under politically motivated charges, still in prison. The number of organizations that find themselves are growing, and as of this day, we are talking about over 60 civil society organizations that find themselves under attack and with their bank accounts threatened. At the end, I want to say on behalf of me and my dear co-rapporteur, we had reports in January, in April. We had reports, we had discussions in the monitoring committee. We now have an urgent debate with the resolution that we invite you to support. This time, we can no longer simply acknowledge the democratic backsliding, but we also need to remind all bodies of the Council of Europe of our joint responsibility to extend a hand to Georgian people and their access to mechanisms of the Council of Europe, such as, of course, Venice Commission and the European Court of Human Rights, and invite these bodies to evoke Article 52 of the European Convention on Human Rights, as well as the Article 33 of the Convention, allowing the bodies of the Council of Europe to exert more pressure in order for Georgia to reverse its course in democratic backsliding or the breakdown of democracy that we are witnessing, and rejoin us within the paradigm and the values of the Council of Europe, and meeting the standards and upholding the responsibilities stemming from the membership of this organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. Colleagues, I open now the list of speakers on behalf of political groups. You have 2 minutes, you know it. Claude Kern, on behalf of ALDE.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues. En janvier 2025, notre Assemblée avait décidé de suspendre certains droits de la délégation géorgienne. Il s'agissait pour nous d'envoyer un signal fort à la Géorgie en affirmant notre vive préoccupation concernant la situation politique à la suite des élections législatives du 26 octobre 2024. La mission internationale d'observation des élections, avec une délégation de notre Assemblée dont je fais partie, avait relevé en particulier que ces élections avaient été caractérisées par des rapports généralisés de pression sur les électeurs, une rhétorique de campagne très conflictuelle, un déséquilibre important des ressources financières et l'avantage du pouvoir en place. Elle avait également fait part de ses préoccupations concernant l'impartialité et l'instrumentalisation politique de l'organe de surveillance. Depuis lors, la Géorgie ne cesse de s'éloigner des standards de notre organisation en réprimant violemment les manifestations et en emprisonnant les membres de l'opposition. Le parti Rêve géorgien souhaite d'ailleurs obtenir de la Cour constitutionnelle l'interdiction des principaux partis d'opposition. En outre, il a annoncé la suspension des négociations d'adhésion à l'Union européenne jusqu'en 2028, actant là un rapprochement avec la Russie au mépris des aspirations européennes d'une grande partie de la population. Enfin, le gouvernement au pouvoir tente de réduire au silence la société civile et les organisations non gouvernementales en limitant leurs sources de financement. Inquiétons-nous du rôle grandissant de la Russie qui instrumentalise le gouvernement pour asseoir la mainmise sur la Géorgie. Les élections locales doivent se tenir dans quelques jours. Alors que de nombreux opposants au régime sont aujourd'hui en prison, l'opposition a annoncé qu'elle ne prendrait pas part à ce scrutin et notre Assemblée n'a pas été invitée à les observer. Malgré la résilience du peuple géorgien, cette volonté de rupture du gouvernement n'incite pas à l'optimisme. La Géorgie pourrait bel et bien basculer dans une forme de dictature. Nous devons faire pression sur le gouvernement géorgien pour éviter cela. Et je remercie nos excellentes collègues Edith et Sabina d'y contribuer.
Thank you, Claude. On behalf of the United European Left, Berdan Öztürk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleague, in the parliamentary elections held in Georgia last October, international observers, including the OSCE and our own assembly, identified serious shortcomings, like misuse of administrative resources, pressure on voters, vote buying, and weak oversight. At the same time, they didn't find verifiable evidence of large-scale fraud that would overturn the outcome. For this reason, the results, though flawed, were not challenged by the international community. Nevertheless, in January, this Assembly adopted Resolution 2585, which imposed conditions and restrictions on the Georgian delegation's credentials. Shortly afterwards, the Georgian delegation decided unilaterally to suspend its participations in this Assembly. The result is a paradox. Georgia continues to be represented in the Council of Europe through the Committee of Ministers, while both government and opposition parliamentarians remain absent from this chamber. This imbalance undermines statutory equality and deprives us of an essential forum for dialogue. We must also remain consistent. In other member states with equally problematic electoral practices, this Assembly didn't apply the same strictness. Selective severity or tolerance damages our credibility and risks being perceived as politically motivated. The only principled way forward is to rely on the complementary joint procedure established between the Assembly and the Committee of Ministers. Applying it fairly and consistently is the best guarantee that our response to democratic backsliding will serve the cause of Europe's founding values. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Socialists, Greens and Democrats, the leader of the group, Frank Swabe. Frank.
Dear Mr. President, dear co-rapporteurs, dear colleagues, the developments in Georgia are most regrettable. Why? Because it was a 180-degree turn from a very good path to the opposite. And it's not just PACE who speak about it. If you look at the OSCE, they implement the Vienna mechanism on Georgia. If you look into the Democracy Index 2024 of the Economist Intelligence Unit, we see the fourth largest determination of democracy worldwide. Because of this, we call Georgia, with a decision in January, after elections with widespread irregularities, to come back to a fruitful way. This is what we decided, and we give them some, let's say, questions, and they had to come back to answer to this, nothing else. They decide not to come back. But the opposite happened in the last months. We have to see restrictive changes in laws, increasing prosecution, draconian punishment of demonstrators. And we see the imprisonment, this I think we should mention here, the imprisonment of almost all the main opposition leaders, and they express it in a letter to us. Others are in exile. And we saw that we have a Secretary General, Alain Berset, in this organization, who got the promise from Georgia to work on a plan to bring Georgia back on the right track. At the end, it was nothing. It was a kind of unloading of the Secretary General, and it is going much more to the wrong direction, away from the United States of America as well, from the EU, more close to China and Iran, and in a club with Azerbaijan. So we urge the Georgian authorities to come back to the European way of democracy, human rights, and rule of law.
Thank you, Frank. On behalf of the European People's Party, Gustav Getberg.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, the situation in Georgia is deeply alarming. The political oppression which we observe is not the European way. It is merely a Georgian nightmare with clear inspiration from the horror playbook of the Kremlin. But still, with the ongoing arbitrary detentions and jailing of all the political opposition leaders except one, brutality and the authoritarianism that we see shown by the fraudulent leader Ivanishvili, the people of Georgia, a vast majority of all ages all around the country, have shown that they want freedom, rule of law, democracy. They want to use the freedom of expression in political campaigns without being thrown in jail, engaged in the Georgian civil society, which now is facing an unprecedented crackdown, and walk down the Rustaveli without facing police brutality. They want to be Europeans, since they are Europeans. And the Council of Europe and the Parliamentary Assembly must protect them and their rights. Georgia might not be in the geographical center of Europe, but the desire of the people is to live, and to live free, in a democratic country with respect of the rule of law, as Europeans. And we hear the protests all the way from the Rustaveli, and Georgia must not be forgotten. This is why the action is urgently needed. We note also with concern that Georgia is on Saturday holding local elections. No international observation or observers will be present, the Council of Europe included. The political persecution, Mr. President, must stop. The political prisoners must be released. Independent media guaranteed. Police brutality must be independently investigated and stop. Action is needed now for Georgia in Europe.
Thank you, Gustav. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliate, Malte Kaufmann.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, meine Damen und Herren! Wir beschäftigen uns mit einem Bericht zur Lage in Georgien. Die Rede ist von einer akuten Gefährdung der Demokratie und von einer Erosion rechtsstaatlicher Prinzipien. Allerdings geht uns von der ECPA-Fraktion die Resolution in wesentlichen Punkten zu weit, und deshalb lehnen wir sie ab. Die aktuelle Lage in Georgien ist zweifellos von tiefgreifenden politischen und gesellschaftlichen Spannungen geprägt. Aber gerade in einer solchen Situation ist es nach unserem Dafürhalten wichtiger denn je, den Weg des Ausgleichs und des Dialogs zu suchen. Der Europarat als zentrale Institution für Demokratie, Rechtsstaatlichkeit und Menschenrechte in Europa hat ja genau diesen Anspruch. Er versteht sich als Forum, in dem verschiedene Interessen politische Richtungen und historische Prägungen aufeinandertreffen und im Gespräch miteinander zu einer konstruktiven und friedlichen Lösung gelangen. Gerade weil der Europarat für Menschenrechte und Demokratie steht, ist es aber auch unsere Aufgabe, die Freilassung politischer Gefangener zu fordern, also von Personen, die aufgrund von Überzeugungen oder kritischer Haltung festgehalten werden. Das verlangen wir von der georgischen Regierung. Wir sollten jedoch, statt auf weitergehenden Ausschluss zu setzen, vielmehr erstens für die Rückkehr der georgischen Delegation in den Europarat werben, zweitens akzeptieren, dass die georgische Regierung demokratisch vom eigenen Volk gewählt wurde und damit legitim im Amt ist, und drittens das Gespräch mit allen Parteien in Georgien suchen, sowohl mit der Opposition wie auch mit der Regierung. Ich hoffe sehr, dass wir die georgischen Kollegen bald wieder in unserem Kreis begrüßen können, denn Georgien ist ein Teil Europas und wird schmerzlich vermisst. Vielen Dank.
Thank you, Malte. Christophe Bricco, you have the floor. Christophe.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais essayer de ne pas trop répéter ce qu'ont déjà dit les collègues, puisque beaucoup de choses ont déjà été dites. Néanmoins, depuis octobre, presque un an maintenant, nous, dans cette enceinte, nous dénonçons la déviation de la Géorgie par rapport au modèle que nous défendons ici et les élections municipales qui vont avoir lieu le 4 octobre prochain, donc dimanche, dans laquelle aucun observateur n'a été convié, des partis bannis, des leaders d'opposition emprisonnés ne permettront pas d'avoir un paysage politique pluraliste comme nous l'avons dans la plupart de nos pays, tendent à penser que la Géorgie dérive de plus en plus du modèle auquel elle a adhéré en adhérant à cette organisation. Alors il se trouve que les députés géorgiens ne siègent pas dans cette enceinte, mais la Géorgie continue à siéger dans les autres enceintes du Conseil de l'Europe, ce qui pose quand même de sérieuses questions sur l'organisation dans son ensemble. Toujours est-il que ce rapport alerte une fois de plus sur la situation en Géorgie, qui devient de plus en plus préoccupante. Et il me semble que nous devrons continuer à défendre le peuple géorgien qui, lui, continue dans les rues à défendre un modèle démocratique auquel il a adhéré, un modèle européen auquel il a adhéré. Et par ailleurs, puisqu'il me reste quelques secondes, j'en profite pour dire que même le parti au pouvoir n'avait pas dans sa plateforme la sortie des négociations avec l'Union européenne au moment des élections d'il y a un an. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Christophe. José María Sánchez García, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Bueno, no tratemos de engañarnos a nosotros mismos. Esta iniciativa, como otras que ya ha visto esta Asamblea, obedece exclusivamente a una razón ideológica. Y es que el partido que ha ganado las elecciones, en este caso en la República de Georgia, no es del agrado de una parte del espectro político europeo, nada más. Evidentemente, el Consejo de Europa no puede santificar ni bendecir violaciones de derechos humanos. Esto me parece que no hace falta que lo digamos. Lo sabemos todos porque está en el origen de la constitución de este organismo internacional. Pero lo que no corresponde ni es competencia del Consejo de Europa es tratar de ejercer una censura ideológica en el plano interno de los Estados miembros de dicho Consejo. Y por lo tanto es ajena a toda competencia del Consejo de Europa pretender decidir, no se sabe con qué fundamento, democrático desde luego ninguno, lo que deba ser la dirección política de la nación georgiana ni de ninguna otra, de Estados miembros del Consejo de Europa ni de otros Estados que no pertenecen a él. Esto es claramente un abuso y es un abuso que yo advierto en una iniciativa como esta. Y además de ser un abuso es algo que se decide ultra vires, más allá de cualesquiera competencias que pueda afirmar para sí el Consejo de Europa. Esta es la realidad y esta es la realidad que todos nosotros sabemos, que responde a los acontecimientos que han tenido lugar en Georgia. Si claro, lo que pretende es subvertir desde organizaciones internacionales la voluntad expresada en elecciones libres por un pueblo, en este caso el georgiano, como se ha hecho en el pasado, voy a poner un ejemplo muy reciente, el de Rumanía, pues entonces, claro, ustedes comprenderán que esta asamblea no tiene ningún sentido. El Consejo de Europa lo que puede hacer, si considera que Georgia no respeta los derechos humanos, es expulsar a Georgia. Y Georgia lo que puede hacer también libremente, si no está conforme con las exigencias del Consejo de Europa, es abandonar el Consejo de Europa.
Thank you. Baroness Sal-Brinton, you have the floor.
Every night since the last election, 308 days ago, thousands of Georgians in at least 8 cities have protested peacefully on the streets to object Georgian Dream's appalling destruction of their democracy. And they know that Putin's fingerprints are all over every Georgian Dream action. These marches call out their outrage at Georgian Dream's systematic destruction of everything that represented the rule of law, the constitution, human rights, community and society. Political leaders are being imprisoned for not participating in a sham parliamentary commission. Political parties and community and civic society organisations are being silenced by new laws. The Georgian government waited until it knew it was too late before it asked OSCE to bring an election monitoring team to this weekend's regional elections, and then boasted that no one was going to send a monitoring team because they didn't have any concerns about the election. George Orwell's 1984 would recognise the death of truth here. Recently, the level of attacks on opponents, whether politicians, artists or journalists, has increased, as are the constitutional changes made without consulting the public. This report says in no uncertain words to Georgian Dream, stop what you are doing, correct course now, and treat your citizens better, return their rights to them now. And in the last few seconds, I want to pay tribute to all the Georgian citizens using their democratic rights to peacefully oppose Georgian Dream, night after night. We see you, we salute you, and we stand with you. And many of us already talk to our governments, and that's why so many countries have now laid sanctions against individuals in Georgian Dream. This report and this debate are clear. The Georgian people deserve a legally elected government that believes in the rule of law, democracy, and the power of the people.
Thank you. Baron Moon is next.
Muraz, thank you, Mr. President. It is clear now that the shutters of Georgian democracy are closing down faster than any of us had feared. When it comes to civil society, what took Putin 12 years in Russia has taken barely 12 months in Georgia. The very first time I addressed this assembly in January, I spoke about the existential threat facing Georgian democracy. And since then, while the world looks elsewhere, there's been a rapid escalation of suppression, the increasing manipulation of public institutions, the tightening grip on political opposition, and the rise in kleptocratic practices suggest that further action is urgently needed. The escalation of attacks on civil society are demonstrated by the fact that it is not only politicians who are targeted now. Activists, universities, intellectuals, journalists, and even NGOs are the targets of this brutal repression. I reiterated my concerns in June, and since then the United Kingdom has made some progress, most recently announcing new sanctions on Georgian-linked supporters of Putin's invasion of Ukraine. But with huge sums invested in the City of London, there remain much more for the British government to do. And I read worryingly in The Guardian yesterday the deeply concerning reports of Georgian Dream's links to the Iranian regime. Recent developments in this dark war are the campaign against NGOs. The so-called Anti-Corruption Bureau has trumped up criminal investigations into several organisations, while the prosecutor's office has frozen the accounts of other active NGOs under the vague probe into alleged sabotage and state subversion. NGO leaders are now at risk of prison sentences of up to 15 years. As Putin's grip on Georgia tightens and civil society continues to deteriorate, I reiterate my profound concern that time is fast running out. The shutters of Georgian democracy are closing. And I ask you to finally consider this question. If it has taken Putin just 12 months to reduce Georgia's democracy to the state it is today, what state will it be in 12 months' time?
Thank you. Elisaveta Yasko.
Is it working? Yes, it's working. I have a lot of hesitation and unwillingness to speak about Georgia because of my personal private life in the past. But I want to make a confession. If I do care about democracy and human rights, I have to speak today about Georgia, no matter how painful it is for me. I don't want to defend anyone politically, but I want to speak as someone who witnessed, as a young Ukrainian, a very beautiful European journey of Georgia, which was admired in Ukraine for a long, long time. However, if we look at what is left from that beautiful European aspirations in Georgia now with European values, almost nothing. And that's very painful, and we have to be looking for answers. Why did it happen for the future, actually, of Georgians? And I believe that one answer is that someone didn't pay attention to long-lasting, strong institutions in Georgia. And the second answer is Russia, that used Georgia as the first platform to divide society and replace from love for Europe to lots of hatred, polarization between each other. And that's very scary, and that's something that I know personally. I went through it, I felt it, and I don't wish anyone to see it in your societies, how people can hate each other. It's not about political affiliations, it's about future. And I want to end by wishing Georgians to find strength for unity and to forget and leave the past in the past and think about the future.
Thank you,
Love
Elisaveta.
and unity.
Thank you. Albana Voxi, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear President. First, I want to congratulate the two rapporteurs for the excellent work. When I last spoke in this assembly, I warned that diplomacy doesn't work with authoritarian leaders. And if we treat those regimes like Georgian Dream as if they respect our values, they will only push further. Sadly, that warning has come true. The situation in Georgia is worse than when we spoke last time here in this assembly. Since April, repression escalated, jailing opposition leaders without evidence. All of them but one are in prison. And I want to refer the letter that was sent by 8 opposition leaders that addressed this assembly from prison, telling us that they are jailed for their commitment to European values. Civil society and media are under siege. Today, universities are being attacked, including University of Georgia, accused absurdly of provoking terrorism over an EU-funded educational program. And what is most outrageous, speaking to this assembly, speaking to us, is now a punishable offense. Georgia's government persecutes those who engage with us. Yet, Georgian people continue to resist. More than 300 days to peaceful protest. I call on this assembly to support those people that are not afraid. They fight for freedom. So I call to invoke Article 52 of the Convention. Call on member states to make full use of available instruments. Authoritarianism won't be defeated by polite words. It requires action, courage, and clarity. Let us not fail the Georgian people or values that we are here to defend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Albana. And that concludes the list of the speakers. And I will call now the two co-rapporteurs, Edith Estrela and Sabina Kudis, to reply. You have 5 minutes in total. Are you going to speak, both of you, sharing the time?
We'll both speak briefly first.
Okay, Edith, you're first.
Dear Chair, Dear colleagues, I would like to begin by thanking colleagues who participated in this urgent debate on the situation in Georgia. Despite the different perspectives, we are united in our concern about the political and social crisis that has taken hold in Georgia. Yes, we are all deeply concerned about the crisis in Georgia. And that's why we call on the Georgian authorities, as many colleagues did, to reverse course immediately and to engage in genuine dialogue with all political and social stakeholders. We reaffirm our readiness to engage constructively, but this engagement must rest upon the values and principles enshrined in the Council of Europe's mandate. Our will is not to abandon Georgia, but to stand firmly with its people, with those who continue to believe in democracy, human rights, and rule of law. Georgian people deserve a peaceful and democratic future, and our Assembly should remain dedicated to supporting efforts to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Edith. Sabina?
Dear colleagues, thank you for your support and valuable contributions. In a short response to my dear colleagues from the Conservative group, I fully agree. We come from a variety of political cultures and ideologies, and we are here to find joint solutions, peaceful solutions through democratic process. But I reemphasize, my dear colleague and I here speak, and as chosen and elected by the Committee on the honoring of obligations and commitments by member states of the Council of Europe. And I underline two words, obligations and commitments. And that's what we are here to do, to examine whether member states, in this case Georgia, meet the democratic standards of this institution. So this job is not ideological, but I will remind you that democracy is a form of government. So we are not here to choose the governments of member states. We do not participate in elections of foreign countries. We cannot participate, and we do not affect that. But we can ensure and we can evaluate whether they meet the democratic standards of this institution and whether they meet their obligations and commitments. And we are devastated to note that that is not the case with Georgia today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. Claude, now in your new capacity, would you like to take the floor?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, c'est la 4e fois cette année que notre Assemblée discute en plénière de l'effondrement continu de la démocratie en Géorgie. Il y a eu une contestation de la délégation géorgienne, un débat d'actualité, et c'est la 2e fois qu'on a un débat d'urgence sur ce pays. Toutes ces attentions de la part de l'Assemblée mettent en évidence deux choses. D'abord, cela montre que malgré tous nos efforts, le recul de la démocratie ne s'est pas arrêté. Au contraire, il a continué à un rythme de plus en plus rapide, au point qu'aujourd'hui, l'existence même de la démocratie en Géorgie est remise en question, comme le dit le projet de résolution. Mais tous ces débats montrent aussi que notre Assemblée se soucie vraiment de la Géorgie et des aspirations du peuple géorgien à vivre dans un pays démocratique qui respecte l'état de droit et protège les droits humains de ses concitoyens, ainsi que son aspiration à faire pleinement partie de la famille européenne à laquelle il appartient. Et cela nous fait mal de voir que ces aspirations sont de plus en plus bafouées est systématiquement détruite. La résolution présentée par la commission de suivi décrit de manière détaillée et sinistre l'effondrement de la démocratie, de l'état de droit et des droits humains en Géorgie. Dans le même temps, elle réitère l'ouverture de notre Assemblée au dialogue si les autorités manifestaient un intérêt sincère pour inverser la tendance actuelle. Enfin, elle souligne aussi le rôle que les autres organes du Conseil de l'Europe et même les États membres peuvent jouer pour inverser les processus actuels, notamment par le biais des articles 52 et 33 de notre Convention européenne des droits de l'homme. Pour conclure, je tiens à remercier nos rapporteurs Edith et Sabina pour leur travail acharné qui a permis de produire si rapidement cet excellent rapport et je vous demande de soutenir pleinement la résolution qui vous est présentée. Merci.
Thank you, Claude. Colleagues, the debate is closed. The Monitoring Committee has presented a draft resolution, document 16271, to which 6 amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 6, 2, and 4 to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the committee, be declared as definitely approved. Is that so, Claude? Good. If no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be approved. Any objections? No. So the amendments are approved. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 5 to the draft resolution, which was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as definitely rejected. Is that so, Claude? Yes. Okay. If no one objects, I will consider the amendment to be rejected. Any objections? No. Amendment 5 is therefore rejected and will not be called.
Page 10.
I understand that Mr. Emanuele Zingeris wishes to withdraw Amendment 1 in favor of an oral amendment of conciliation. Is that so, Emanuele?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, well, it was included, the same idea was included to the oral amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Amendment 1 is therefore withdrawn.
12.
I have received an oral amendment from the committee which reads as follows. In paragraph 8, third sentence, replace the words impedes the proper functioning with the words endangers the functioning and existence. The sentence as amended would therefore read as follows. The Assembly is therefore seriously concerned about the Georgian authorities' action against NGOs to enforce the controversial Foreign Agent Registration Act, which endangers their functioning and existence. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7, paragraph A. Any opposition to the amendment being debated? No, that is not the case. I therefore call Mr. Emanuelis, who is going to support this amendment? I don't have the name. Is there anybody who would like to support? Anyone who wishes to speak against? The committee is obviously in favor. I shall now put the oral amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The oral amendment is agreed. Oh, sorry?
Accepted.
Accepted, yes. It's agreed.
15.
Amendment 3. I understand that Mr. James McCleary wishes to withdraw Amendment 3 in favor of an oral amendment of conciliation. Is that so, Mr. McCleary? Where is James? Yes, good, thank you. So Amendment 3 is therefore withdrawn. I have received an oral amendment from the committee which reads as follows. In paragraph 8, 8th sentence, replace the words more than 30 with the words at the moment of adopting this resolution more than 60. The sentence, as amended, would therefore read as follows. At the moment of adopting the resolution, more than 60 civil society organizations have been informed that they will be subjected to inspections by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, the independence of which from the executive branch of government has been widely questioned. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7, paragraph A. Any opposition to the amendment being debated? No. So that is not the case. Who will support the oral amendment, if there is any? Who will speak against? No, the committee is obviously in favor, and I shall now put the oral amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The oral amendment is agreed. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16271 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. Thank you, Pablo. So the vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 16271 as amended is adopted. Thank you, colleagues. So the next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Political Parties and Democracy, document 16248, presented by Mrs. Inget Skau on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. I remind members that the speaking time limit is 2 minutes. In order to finish by 6 o'clock, I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:45 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. So, Ingrid. Dear colleagues, may I have your attention, please? Ingrid Skau, Maria Mezentseva, let Ingrid come down. As Ingrid is coming to the rostrum, to the front row, I would like to inform you that this is a sad moment because I know that Ingrid is going to leave this assembly. But I would like to say a few words, as I said yesterday, for our colleagues Stefan Senach. Firstly, Ingrid, who comes from Norway, since her arrival in the assembly in 2009, he has been one of the most active members of this assembly. She was chairperson of her national delegation, Norway, and dear Ingrid, you have also been a very active vice president of the assembly, the chairperson of the Rules Committee, a dedicated and committed member of the Political Affairs Committee, of the Migration Committee, and also of several subcommittees. Furthermore, Ingrid had the difficult task of being the general rapporteur on the budget and the intergovernmental program. So Ingrid was the author of not less than 7 reports, quite a number, and 2 committee opinions. Some of her reports, such as the one that we all remember, was on the consequences of the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine back in March 2022, just a few days after the war of aggression and the invasion of the Russian army to Ukraine. And Ingrid contributed to the writing of this House's history, not only with this report, but in general. More than that, I want to say what I have said for Stefan, what I have said for our former President Tini Cox. Ingrid is a role model for all of us, a role model of integrity, and commitment to the European cause that she served with such professional dedication. I consider that I have a good friend there at the North. Dear Ingrid, I wish you all the very best for the future activities that you will undertake, and on behalf of all the members of this Assembly, I would like to thank you very much for all your hard, really hard work. And now you have the floor, if you wish. You know, of course, the procedure, 7 minutes now, 3 minutes later.
Maybe you use mine.
No, it's coming. It's coming, so it's okay. Thank you, President. I have realized that I'm going to miss the Council of Europe more than the Parliament, and then I feel it really in my heart. So thank you for good words, and I wish you all also to stay on and keep on with this important work in the Council of Europe. I come back to that later in my speech. And dear colleagues, I am often asked when I take part in debates or political events a simple but powerful question. What are you most concerned about in the immediate and more distant future in Europe and in the world at large? After 4 decades in politics, my answer is clear. My greatest concern is the state of democracy. Democracy is under pressure. Across our continent, we see the warning signs all around us. Checks and balances are being weakened, media freedom restricted, disinformation and foreign interference are on the rise. Participation is falling, trust in institutions is eroding, and polarization is growing deeper. There are 3 broad global trends we should recognize. First, a crisis of political representation. Too many people feel that democracy is no longer speech for them. I am ever more concerned by polls that show that majority support for democracy among young people continues to decline. And the second one is an economic crisis, which has to do with the perception that institutions do not take into account the interest of the least advantaged in society, nor deliver for everyone. And the third is the strain on the international order and multilateralism. When these trends are put together, I can only draw a stark conclusion. Democracy itself is in danger. The Council of Europe cannot look away. We know this challenge well, and we have already supported the call of the Secretary General for a new democratic pact for Europe. But pledges alone are not enough. We must strengthen the institutions that make democracy real, vibrant, and resilient. At the center of this challenge, President, stand political parties. They are not perfect, and they are not always popular, but they are indispensable. Without strong, responsive, and inclusive political parties, there can be no real representative democracy, no real pluralism. Parties are the bridge between citizens and institutions. They give shape to political competition. They allow peaceful alternation of power, and they keep pluralism alive in our parliaments. When parties fail, democracy itself falters. But when they succeed, they can be the central motor of democratic renewal. And here lies the heart of the problem. Across Europe, political parties are struggling to live up to that role. Membership has been shrinking for decades. Fewer and fewer citizens feel connected to parties in any meaningful way. Too often, people look at parties and see only closed circles or institutions that serve themselves rather than the public. This collapse of trust is not a smaller matter. It strikes at the very foundation of representative democracy. When people stop believing that parties listen, they stop believing that politics matters. Apathy grows, cynicism spreads, and into that space step populists and extremists who promise easy answers but deliver division. At the same time, as parliamentarians, we know that we and our political parties face serious challenges. We know that we compete in difficult electoral conditions, one shaped by tough socio-economic realities, rapid technological change, and a complex geopolitical environment. Parties cannot solve these challenges alone, but there is a choice, either to retreat into closed structures and short-term calculation, or to open up, renew, and rebuild trust with citizens. This resolution, President, is not about defending political parties for their own sake. It's about making them fit for purpose into the 21st century. It is about ensuring that they continue to serve as the cornerstone of representative democracy. We call on political parties to explore new and accessible pathways for citizen participation. We call on them to adopt transparent and inclusive processes for leadership and candidate selection. We call on them to embed gender equality, youth participation, and diversity in their statutes and practices. And we call on them to strengthen their integrity and accountability, especially when it comes to financing and relations with donors. Parties must also adapt to the digital age. They must harness new tools to widen participation, but they must do so responsibly. That means rejecting manipulative campaigning, countering disinformation, and supporting citizens in navigating the digital environment with confidence. In short, political parties must become more open, more responsive, and more responsible. Colleagues, the Council of Europe has always stood for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. But democracy cannot survive on principles alone. It needs living institutions that embody trust, integrity, and participation, and political parties are such institutions. And colleagues and President, by strengthening them, by reforming them, and by demanding more of them, we can help renew democracy in Europe. In the end, democracy is not an abstract ideal. It is the way people live together, the trust they place in one another and the institutions that carry that trust forward. Our responsibility is to make sure it stays strong. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Inger. I call now on behalf of ALDE, James McCleary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends, this report arrives not a moment too soon. Across our continent, faith in political parties is crumbling. Membership rolls are emptying, foreign cash and online lies poison our debate. Populists feast on public cynicism. But here's the truth. Democracy simply cannot work without robust, transparent politics. This resolution makes the case clearly. Parties aren't museum pieces gathering dust. They're the living, breathing institutions that connect ordinary people to power. When our parties operate openly, when they are genuinely inclusive, when they practice democracy internally, that's when they become our strongest bulwark against extremism and division. For Liberals, this isn't theory, it's practice. We've consistently championed transparency in political funding. We believe every vote counts equally. We've pushed for greater citizen involvement in the decisions that shape our lives. We've demanded tougher rules against foreign interference and dark money. We supported steps to tackle manipulative advertising and deliberate misinformation corroding our public square. We need look no further than recent elections here in Europe, where misinformation, particularly spread by Russian agents, has had such a huge impact on electoral outcomes. And we've just had a debate on Georgia, where Russia's influence has been enormous. But reform means that more than rules and regulations. It's about inclusion too. Political parties must do far better at bringing in young people, women and underrepresented communities, not as window dressing, but as genuine leaders and candidates. Political parties must be forces for renewal, not vehicles for narrow self-interest. When we restore trust in our own institutions, we restore trust in democracy itself. At a time when established parties in Europe are under unprecedented pressure from surging nationalist populist forces, many backed by Russia, the stakes couldn't be higher. Everybody in this room will have been affected in their own countries in different ways by the way in which our democracies have been corroded across Western Europe in recent months and years. We are facing an unprecedented threat to the future for our children and grandchildren. It is up to us to fight for it and stand together in the face of a rising tide of nationalism and populism in all its different forms across the members represented in this room and indeed across the world more broadly. We've seen in the United States the impact that the corrosion of the key pillars of democracy, the rule of law, respect for electoral outcomes and respect for journalists and the role they play in our democratic process has had on the political discussion there. And that has been transmitted across the Atlantic, and we in the UK are seeing the outcomes of that right now. But I remain optimistic about our democratic future. But in the end, we need to be ready to fight for it. Friends, I commend this report to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now call Mr. George Lokaitis from United Left. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, let me begin by thanking our rapporteur for an excellent and timely report. Our group fully supports its conclusions. Yet, I would like to stress one essential point. The erosion of trust in political parties and institutions is not a theoretical problem. It is the lived experience of millions of Europeans who feel that politics no longer delivers for them. Citizens are tired of promises. What they ask from us is not more declarations, but concrete results. And their expectations, while diverse, converge on a single fundamental demand: the right to a dignified life for themselves and their families. This means secure jobs, strong labour and social rights, affordable housing, quality public education, accessible healthcare, and social protection. Unless our institutions can guarantee these rights in practice, no amount of speeches will restore faith in democracy. That is why, in our group, we insist that political parties must place equality and social justice at the centre of their programmes and actions. Only by delivering real, tangible improvements to people's lives can we reverse the crisis of legitimacy that our democracy faces. Finally, allow me to conclude with a concrete proposal on behalf of the Unified European Left. Next year marks the 65th anniversary of the European Social Charter. We believe the Assembly should seize this opportunity to reaffirm its centrality for our common social model and launch a renewed political commitment to make its rights fully justiciable and enforceable across our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Lokaitis. Now I call Ms. Saskia Kluit in front of Socialist Group. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Ingrid for preparing this wonderful report. And we underlined the challenges and responsibilities highlighted, and we will miss her wonderful contributions to this assembly. Across Europe and in my own country, intolerance is gaining ground. Paradoxically, a tolerant society must be very intolerant to intolerance if it is to defend itself. Only by doing so we can safeguard a free and open Europe. Parties are meant to mobilize citizens, nurture political talent, create spaces for debate and exchange, and remain indispensable vehicles for democratic participation. We must take concrete measures to ensure that parties are protected, supported, and strengthened, and the report argues that too. The group's parties have a strong democratic tradition, beginning with bringing exploited labor workers to parliaments in the whole of Europe in the 20th century, bringing voting rights to people with little means and to women. In this, we brought the street to the houses of power. In the 20th century, we fought for labor rights, brought the workers better wage, healthier working conditions, and safer houses. In the 20th century, we bring climate, gender, and human rights activists to parliaments to solve the problems that some of us like to ignore. And how do we change as society? By having strong democratic institutions and fostering a strong democratic ethos within our parties. But all of us have stood for heated rooms full of members to defend our proposals to them. But only parties that foster truly democratic dialogue can protect a strong democratic ethos in the country. In the Netherlands, the largest party of the House of Representatives has only one member. This extremist right formation is not a genuine party. No members but the leader. No debates in this party, no political participation, no discussion. So this is not the way to go. Let the Assembly be the place where we draw a clear line. Democracy must be defended with facts, words and deeds, and let's speak out loud today and support this report.
Thank you. And I call Ms. Denica Sacheva in front of the EPP Group.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable colleagues, let me first congratulate Ms. Shaw for her foresighted report and to pay the tribute for her 16 years of devoted service to PACE, during which she was a remarkable teacher to many of us. The representative democracy is facing a profound crisis. Across Europe, elections outcomes reveal growing mistrust of institutions and mainstream parties. Political parties have started to lose their role as public mediators, leaving a vacuum often filled by actors who exploit fear, disinformation, and conspiracy. This corrodes our democracies. The 2025 Edelman Trust Barometer underlines this crisis. A record number of people believe leaders deliberately mislead them, and 6 in 10 citizens report grievance, the sense that governments and business favor narrow interests over the need of ordinary citizens. To reverse this trend, we must restore legitimacy both in how parties function and in how they are held accountable. First, parties must be transparent, ethical, and inclusive. They cannot remain closed clubs for elites. They must open their doors to women, youth, and disadvantaged groups, become real schools of democracy where citizens' voices matter not just on election day, but in the day-to-day life of the party. Second, we must insist on strong parliamentary scrutiny. A democracy without oversight is a democracy without breaks. Parliaments must ensure that governments justify their policies. Third, we must adapt responsibly to the digital age. Social networks and digital platforms can help parties reach broader audiences and especially young people, but parties must not only inform citizens, they must involve them in decision-making. We must rebuild parties grounded on transparency, ethics, inclusion, and ensure that parliaments are vigilant, capable, and fearless. Our duty is not to sacrifice values to populism, but to keep them at the core of our political work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call Mr. Dmytro Natalunka from Ukraine in front of Conservative Group. The floor is yours.
Distinguished guests and colleagues, this report wants to be a manual for revitalizing political parties. It speaks with admirable civility about youth engagement, transparency, and digital primaries. It reads very well on paper. It would make a lovely brochure. It would also, I'm afraid, make a terrible defense manual. Why? Because, and here I must be blunt, it studiously refuses to look at the largest and most dangerous elephant in the room, the deliberate capture and weaponization of political parties by authoritarian regimes. Political parties today are not merely fragile institutions of representation that require gender quotas or youth participation In the hands of authoritarian regimes, they are weapons. Weapons sharper than tanks, more corrosive than propaganda, and often more effective than an army. This report talks of strengthening democratic culture. Very good. But what use is democratic culture when political parties themselves can be transformed into machines of hybrid warfare? When parties are infiltrated, bankrolled, or openly commanded by regimes that care nothing for democracy, only for domination? We know the examples. Entire ruling parties that do not represent citizens, but manage them. Parties that do not contest elections, but choreograph them. Parties that do not legislate, but rubber stamp wars of aggression. Parties that, instead of shaping public debate, import convicted terrorists, warlords, smugglers, even mercenaries into their ranks. Two words, Единая Россия, United Russia, is precisely such a party that has voted to introduce the armed forces on the territory of other sovereign states in 2008, in 2014, in 2022. It's one of such parties. And to speak of internal party democracy while ignoring these realities is like discussing the arrangement of deck chairs on the Titanic while refusing to mention the iceberg. And yet this report contains not a single serious line about what happens when political parties cease to be instruments of representation and become instruments of terror. When parties are used to launder aggression, to normalize expansionism, to export imperialism. My group, the Conservatives, supports the spirit of revitalizing democracy, but democracy without security is like a state without borders. We know just one such country. Wherever a Russian soldier sets foot, that's ours, said Vladimir Putin in June 2025. So, colleagues, democracy is not destroyed in one dramatic moment.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now go to individual speakers list. I call now Mr. Richard Baker. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, how often do we hear, what's the point of joining a political party? What's the point even of voting? It won't change anything. Politicians only serve their own interests. Of course, political parties have a vital role in challenging these views. By ensuring our parties are inclusive and connected to our communities, we can build trust and participation. But we also need to recognise the scale of the challenge we face due to the actions of extremist parties and bad actors who seek to undermine the rights we cherish in this assembly. We must value freedom of speech and political views, democratic principles this assembly has always defended. But this important report shows how political debate, as never before, is being manipulated through misinformation and fanning the flames of intolerance. In the United Kingdom, a racist advert promoted by the extreme right-wing party Reform, attacking the Scottish Labour leader Anas Sarwar because of his Pakistani heritage, was on Facebook for 2 weeks, viewed by over 500,000 people, and yet no action was taken to remove it. We also know social media algorithms are being used to drive people towards divisive messaging, often used for the purposes of foreign interference in our democracies. This is why the UK-EU Security and Defence Partnership includes a section on joint work to counter information manipulation and interference, because these threats are shared across Europe. We must work with civil society, trade unions, and now through our new Democratic Pact for Europe to promote political education. But as we face challenges to our democracies, which could never have been foreseen when the Venice Commission was first established, we must ensure we have the regulatory tools in place to guarantee inclusive political debate, counter misinformation, and protect the rights this Assembly holds dear.
Thank you to Mr. Baker. And now I call Mr. Christoph Bricco from EPP. The floor is yours.
Désolé, toutes mes excuses. Non, quelques mots très rapidement, tout simplement pour féliciter Madame Schaub pour son excellent rapport. Ce sont des sujets importants, nous venons de les évoquer en partie cet après-midi dans la commission ad hoc sur le nouveau pacte démocratique. Trouver des moyens pour améliorer l'implication de nos concitoyens dans la vie démocratique de leur pays, ça reste je pense, un des objectifs de cette institution. Donc je soutiendrai ce rapport. Je pense que l'essentiel a déjà été dit par l'ensemble des collègues. Et encore merci à Mme Skau pour l'ensemble de son travail et de son soutien, et à titre personnel, de son soutien à moi depuis que j'ai intégré l'institution. Merci Ingert.
Thank you very much. And I call Mr. Sanchez Garcia Jose Maria. Is he present? I don't see the badge. If not, then I call Madame Bernadetta Coma. The floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, je souhaite exprimer mon plein soutien au rapport présenté par Madame Skau, qui met en lumière le rôle fondamental des partis politiques pour l'avenir de nos démocraties. Les partis sont l'un des piliers de la démocratie représentative. Ils donnent une voix aux citoyens, structurent le débat public et contribuent à la formation de l'opinion. Cependant, dans plusieurs États membres, leur rôle est fragilisé et ils doivent affronter de nouveaux défis. Le premier défi est celui de restaurer la confiance. Les partis politiques doivent être plus transparents, aussi bien dans leur fonctionnement interne que dans le financement de la vie politique. Le deuxième défi consiste à favoriser une participation plus large à la vie politique, notamment celle des jeunes. Les partis doivent donc s'adapter, ouvrir de nouveaux canaux de dialogue, notamment numériques, et lutter contre la désinformation qui menace nos sociétés démocratiques. Enfin, le troisième défi est celui de la représentativité. Une démocratie solide doit refléter la diversité de nos sociétés. Diversité de genre, d'âge, d'origine et de sensibilité. À cet égard, l'expérience de mon pays, l'Andorre, montre combien il est essentiel de favoriser la participation des jeunes générations et d'assurer une représentation équilibrée de toute la société. Dans un contexte européen marqué par des tensions géopolitiques et des reculs démocratiques, les partis ont aussi une responsabilité particulière, défendre les valeurs fondamentales du Conseil de l'Europe, les droits humains, la démocratie et l'état de droit. Mesdames, Messieurs, renforcer la démocratie, c'est renforcer les partis politiques. Mais pour cela, ils doivent se renouveler, s'ouvrir et répondre aux attentes légitimes des citoyens. C'est ainsi que nous pourrons restaurer la confiance et garantir l'avenir de nos institutions démocratiques. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Now I call Mr. Sigurd Helgi Palmason. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, as parliamentarians, we carry a special responsibility to protect democracy, not only in this assembly, but in each of our member states. We all know that democracy is fragile. We see declining participation, weakening trust, and growing polarization. These are warning signs we cannot ignore, as we have seen them before. This report makes it clear that the political parties stand at the center of this challenge. They are not relics of the past, but the foundation of representative democracy. And we, as elected members, must ensure they serve their purpose. That means listening carefully to our citizens, reacting to their concerns, and showing them that their voices shape policy. But listening is not enough. The way we engage matters. Dialogues with citizens must be done with respect. Respect for their experiences, for their frustrations, and for their hopes and dreams. Without that respect, trust erodes. With it, trust can't be rebuilt. We must strengthen transparency, safeguard integrity, and keep politics open to youth, to women, to minorities, to all voices that too often feel excluded. By doing so, we protect not only the credibility of our institutions, but also the very culture of democracy itself. Colleagues, our task is clear. We must be guardians of trust, builders of dialogue, and defenders of pluralism. In this way, we ensure that democracy in Europe does not merely survive, but thrives. Dear Ingerd, I salute you with the utmost respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call Mr. Mikhail Mitov from Bulgaria.
Dear colleagues, as a young national representative of Bulgaria, I welcome this important debate on political parties and democracy. While we live in times of rapid technological changes, social media and algorithm-driven communications are transforming how people engage with politics. While these technologies connect us, they also create radical social communities in the online space. They increase separation, weakens critical thinking, and threatens democracy. The spread of disinformation contributes to radicalization among people and undermines trust in institutions. As such, technology risks becoming a weapon against democracy instead of a tool to strengthen it. Political parties are the mediators between people and institutions on both national and international level. However, the political system is not yet prepared to respond to the new demands and expectations shaped by the digital reality. This raises an important question. What is the role of young people in contemporary democracy? Youth participation in politics is crucial for the protection of democracy. As such, political parties must ensure meaningful youth representation, minority inclusion, in order to promote leaders and mediators who represent each part of the society. Bulgaria offers a clear example, and after 4 years of political crisis and 7 consecutive elections, we have overcome instability. Today, the country is governed by a minority coalition united against populism. The government is created in order to restore the trust of the society, to solve issues, and to improve our European perspective. Encouragingly, it includes the highest number of young representatives in our history, prove that Bulgarian parties are open to the new generation. And to sum up, digital age includes those parties that are inclusive to young people. And if we want to regain trust and ensure democracy, we have to be ready for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call Mr. Murat Kahit Kingi from Turkey. The floor is yours.
Chair, dear colleagues, as the report rightly suggests, the erosion of trust in political parties and the rise of political polarization are key drivers of democratic backsliding in Europe. This is exacerbated by the widespread disillusionment among citizens who feel unheard and ignored. Many believe politicians are out of touch, unresponsive, and unable to solve problems or keep promises. Politicians often intensify this disconnect by prioritizing their image and using populist rhetoric. While distracts from pressing issues, they fail to engage meaningfully with the public, neglect citizen input in policy making, and consequently lose trust. When traditional parties offer no compelling solutions, voters turn to alternatives, however radical or impractical. This dynamic has fueled the rise of far-right populist parties, which replace inclusive debate with an us versus them mindset and label segments of society as enemies and root causes. Their divisive rhetoric undermines common ground, deepening social rifts, harming not just opposition but entire communities, especially minorities. These parties erode trust essential for a healthy democracy, creating a hostile, dysfunctional environment where compromise is seen as weakness. As distrust grows, many citizens disengage from politics. When political parties fail to represent everyone, democracy is at risk. I believe stricter rules alone are not the solution. Raising political and democratic awareness, we must empower citizens. An informed public is the best defense against apathy, manipulation, disinformation, and polarization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call Mr. Yuri Kamalchuk from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues. At the heart of democratic life,
There have always been political parties as instruments of representation, as intermediaries between citizens and government, and as arenas for public dialogue. Yet today in Europe we witness a profound crisis of trust in parties, declining membership, growing political apathy, and suspicion of corruption and foreign influence. Political parties remain the cornerstone of functioning democracy. They shape electoral programs, prepare political leaders, and channel public interest into legislation. Without them, parliaments cannot work effectively and changes of power cannot take place peacefully. But for this to be true, parties must adapt and renew themselves. Parties must be opened up for broader participation, simplified forms of membership, transparent procedures for electing leaders, stronger involvement of local organizations, and links with civic movements. Strict rules of financing are essential: donor transparency, control of foreign contributions, and sanctions for violations. Internal codes of conduct and conflict of interest regulation must become the standard. Parties are not merely electoral machines, they must be schools of democracy, platforms for citizens, spaces for political education, and forums for debate. Especially in times of polarization, they play a crucial role of uniting society. In our time, parties cannot ignore technology, online consultations, ethical digital campaigning, transparency in online advertising. At the same time, they must defend themselves against manipulation, micro-targeting, and foreign interference. Colleagues, democracy doesn't exist only on election days. It lives between them, in the daily work of parties and their constant engagement with citizens. Reforming political parties means reforming the very connective tissue of democracy. And we do not strengthen them today, tomorrow may be too late.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I call Mr. Gerardo Giovanni. Is he here? I don't see him. If not, I call Ms. Victoria Tiblom from Sweden. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Rapporteur Ms. Schuh, for an excellent report that could not be timelier. Many of our democracies are experiencing declining voter participation in elections. Then there is fake news aiming to sow distrust between our citizens and nations, and corruption scandals and other serious threats. Indeed, we are now facing an existential threat as democracies in the form of an illegal invasion by a nearby dictatorship into one of our member countries. The report's purpose is to highlight how essential, strong, and varied political parties are to the good functioning of the very foundation of our democracies, namely the representative system. The parties are there to argue and criticize each other, to gain sympathies and hopefully get more votes at the expense of other parties. Let's just imagine for a terrible moment that President Putin's Russia was to get a hold over free Europe. A Russia that only has one commanding person with total power and control over everything and everyone. A Russia that sends anyone who dares oppose it and form a political party to the Gulag and eventually kills them. Think Alexei Navalny. A Russia which is now also, through a new law officialized the other day, putting anyone in prison for simply reading a government-critical article on the internet. So in conclusion, let's rejoice when parties quibble, when they quarrel heartily in the media. In a way, they're doing it for us, for our democracy. And let me finish by some famous words by Voltaire. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Tiblom. Now I call Baroness Ruth Hunt. The floor is yours.
In a hyper-informed world where the news cycle resets every 8 seconds, political parties are no longer setting the agenda, they are scrambling to survive it. Commentary and criticism swirl constantly, yet instead of treating it as engagement, some parties on the left and right regard it as a threat and don't know how to react. And into this weakness steps authoritarianism. Authoritarian leaders do not engage, they impose. They rise above the noise, they declare what's true, they give people the dangerous comfort of clarity. They tell citizens, forget compromise, forget nuance, follow me. And too many listen. Meanwhile, our parties on the left and right twist themselves into shapes to mimic a slippery, shifting majority they can never pin down. They risk chasing moods instead of convictions, culture wars instead of purpose. Some find themselves cosplaying the policies they think will resonate, but will do so without conviction or authenticity, drifting ever further from their core identity. This is not a party crisis alone, it is a crisis of democracy, because when parties hollow out, the ground is left clear for authoritarians to claim. If parties are to remain in service to the people, they must fight differently, not as relics of the past, but as players in this new world. They must stand for something, build coalitions, seek compromise, and prove that democracy is stronger than unrealistic certainty, and always the antidote to fear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baroness. Now I call Ms. Arusiak Gülhaykian for Armenia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, political parties are extremely important for democracy. Democracies can't function without them. But it is much more important that political parties speak and work for democracy. Parties which tolerate or normalize restriction of civil liberties, the use of extraordinary powers in their interests, not only weaken pluralism, but also open the door to authoritarian retreat. It's important to emphasize the present danger. Many of our countries, including Armenia, are actively facing anti-democratic parties backed by external authoritarian forces that seek to undermine and distort our political life. These efforts take various forms: financing, disinformation campaigns, and the use of international platforms to legalize anti-democratic actors, up to the use of connections available at this assembly. And we must discuss how we are going to combat those threats. A free, transparent, and competitive party system plays an indispensable role. Transparency is a prerequisite for political legitimacy. Political parties cannot claim to represent the people if these people cannot see who funds these parties, who pays for policies, and who stands behind. Internal democracy is also of crucial importance for parties. How the governing body of a party is elected, how the electoral lists within the parties are generated. All this shows the level of internal democracy of a party. And if a party is not democratic internally, then how it can bring democratic development to the country while exercising power. Political parties also have a huge role in raising public trust and confidence in the political system. For this, it is necessary that the parties develop and adopt codes of conduct for their members, which should include integrity-related provisions. Dear colleagues, despite the existing challenges, we must stay committed to protecting and strengthening democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, as well as ensuring financial and public transparency of political parties and multi-party competitive political field. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I call Ms. Shelby Cramp-Neumann from Canada. The floor is yours.
Colleagues, it is often said that political parties are the gatekeepers of democracy. They have a fundamental and unique role in democratic processes. First, let me share a few interesting results from recent public opinion surveys conducted in our country, Canada. Canadians seem to place particular importance in their political institutions, as we are consistently polling as having more faith in our processes when compared to our peers. But even the ever-present Canadian optimism is showing signs of distrust in our systems. According to a 2023 survey by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, 40% of Canadians believe that their political system allows people like them to have a say in what the government does. This proportion is 10 percentage points higher than the average across all OECD countries. As well, almost half of people in Canada, or 46%, trust that our Parliament can balance the needs of different groups in our society. The proportion is also 10 percentage points higher than the OECD average. Although trust in our political system is relatively high compared to other countries, in recent years the level of satisfaction with the way democracy works in Canada has been declining. The 2023 America's Barometer survey shows that Canadians' satisfaction with democracy is currently at the lowest since the survey began in 2010. Political parties can increase their efforts to reverse that trend. In Canada, surveys consistently show that political parties are among the least trusted political public institutions. Increasing citizens' engagement in political parties is, I believe, central to boosting trust in political public institutions. Engagement in party activities also help build long-term connections to politics and, more broadly, to democracy itself. I would like to emphasize that our discussion on this topic is timely. We are witnessing a reshaping of the international political ecosystem and a global democratic decline. To be resilient in the face of this rapidly changing environment, we must ensure that our political parties continue to engage with all voters in discussion about democracy and demonstrate that their voices are all heard. Thank you. Merci. Bravo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shelby Kramp-Neumann. As the speaker already announced, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members of the speaker list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. Speeches must not exceed 400 words. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call last Ms. Shaw, Rapporteur, to reply. Ms. Shaw, Ingrid, you have 3 minutes to reply to the debate. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President, and thank you, colleagues, and thank you for all your reflections and also support for this report. Common for many of our debates here in Strasbourg is the message that the resilience of democracy depends not only on shared principles, but also on the strength of the institutions that structure political life. Among these, political parties are central, and they organize competition, articulate demands, and mediate between citizens and the state. Talking, President, about democratic decline or democratic backsliding, we do not always focus closely enough on the role of our own political parties. Yes, as I have said in this report, the erosion of party organizations can be closely linked to wider democratic decline. When parties weaken, political life increasingly revolves around individuals rather than institutions. Channels of accountability narrow. Programmatic competition gives way to personalistic politics. And President, and citizens find fewer meaningful ways to participate. The weakening of parties is therefore not an isolated trend. It is a structural challenge with systemic consequences. Across Europe, declining trust, falling participation, polarization, and the spread of disinformation are intervened with this decline. Parties that once served as robust intermediaries have fewer members and less legitimacy, pressure that tests their capacity to adapt. At the same time, new technology and geopolitical dynamics have reshaped their environment, requiring institutional responses that are both innovative and grounded in democratic principles. This resolution addresses these dynamics. And, President, I like to say in the end, and to my colleagues, after 16 years as a member of this Assembly, this is my very last speech in the plenary, and I do thank you for your support for this report, and I do thank you for the many years of collegial support and friendship. Passing the torch on new members of my new delegation, I encourage them and you to continue the important work of the Assembly and holding democracy, human rights, and the rule of law to the highest esteem. And President, I'd like to thank my National Secretariat, but also the Secretariat here in PACE and the Council of Europe especially. I thank you for good cooperation and take care of this institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Dear Ingrid, thank you very much. It was also a pleasure to share seats with you in EPP Club. Does the Vice Chairperson of the committee wish to speak? The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, on behalf of Committee of Political Affairs and Democracy, I want to welcome this report for its clarity and its constructive vision, because we are all in need of rethinking, actually, of the role of political parties. We rightly heard the question here that people sometimes are asking, so what is the point of joining this political party? Will I be heard? Unfortunately, this is the answer why many of young people, and not only young people actually, they go and join different radical movements rather than joining the political parties that could represent their interests. And what exactly does it mean? It means that political parties need to have not only traditional representative role, but also to be agents of political renewal with democracy. And this report actually covers all the challenges that political parties are going through. They face declining trust, shrinking memberships, growing challenges in adapting to rapid technological, social, and geopolitical change. And yet, as the report underlines, they remain essential pillars of representative democracy. Without functioning, responsive and inclusive parties, democratic system cannot sustain participation, accountability, or pluralism. The resolution adopted by the committee addresses these issues in a balanced and forward-looking way. It's not about defending the status quo. It's about ensuring that political parties can fulfill their democratic role and, as I said, to be agents of political renewal with democracy and democratic values that it's so much needed now. It's about ensuring inclusion to citizen needs and actually encouraging them, citizens, to participate in the process. For this reason, I strongly want to ask colleagues to support this report, and also on behalf of the committee, of course, I want to thank our rapporteur, Ingrid Skau, for all her work in the committee, especially because Ingrid was always very active, especially in the political committee. I also want to thank for welcoming many of us in Norway, and for me personally, for opening some of the Norwegian culture, political culture to me. And also I want to thank for, actually, Ingrid, thank you that you were able to change your views on many things that were important, up to date, because we need that in democracies. Sometimes we need to change our views if we want to be proactive. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. And that's a very touching moment and a beautiful the way how everyone applauds to you.
Thank you very much. Debate is closed. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented the draft resolution, document 16248, to which 5 amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that the speeches of amendment are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to Assembly that amendments 3, 4, 1, and 5 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the committee with 2/3 majority, be declared as definitely rejected. Is that so, Ms. Jasko? If no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be rejected. Is there objection? I don't see. Amendments 3, 4, 1, and 5 to the draft resolutions are therefore rejected and will not be called. Now we go to Amendment 2 with sub-amendment. I call Mr. Dimitro Natalouka to support Amendment 2. You have 30 seconds.
Dear Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, the amendment is very simple. It condemns political parties that, through their explicit actions or votes, support the deployment of their country's military forces into the territory of other sovereign states or promote expansionism or xenophobia. We have seen, unfortunately, such examples. Of course, when I say this, I intend United Russia, when allowing their country's military to be introduced on the territory of another sovereign country, they enabled the war. This happened not just in Ukraine, but also in Georgia in 2008. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call the rapporteur to support the sub-amendment on behalf of the committee.
Thank you, President. In amendment number 2, the committee proposed to replace the word "the deployment of their country's military forces into the territory of other sovereign states or promote expansionism or xenophobia" with the words "military aggression against sovereign states." This linguistic precision ensures that we do not accidentally censure all the deployments of military forces in the territory of other sovereign states. The previous wording was so wide as to condemn normal military deployment that regularly take place, such as those which are part of normal NATO exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Shaw. Does anyone else wish to speak against the sub-amendment? If not, what is Mr. Dimitro Natalunka's opinion about sub-amendment?
I support the sub-amendment.
Thank you very much. The committee is obviously in favor of the sub-amendment. I shall now put the sub-amendment to the vote. I call the vote. The vote is open. I close the vote. Thank you. Thank you very much. The sub-amendment is adopted unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we go to amendment number 2, as amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? No. What is the opinion of the committee? Ms. Jasko. You approve. Thank you. I shall now put amendment as amended to the vote and cast the votes. Please, the vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. And unanimously, the amendment to as amended is agreed. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to vote on the draft resolutions contained in document 16248 as amended. A simple majority is required. I open the vote. The vote is open. Please cast your votes. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The draft resolution is adopted. Thank you very much, Ms. Shaw, and thank you for all your effort in the assembly in pace. You will be missed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. May we ask the rapporteur and for another to take its place. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Draft Council of Europe Convention on Co-Production of Audiovisual Works in Form of Series, document 16238, presented by Ms. Valentina Grippo on the behalf of Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media. I remind members that the speaking time is 2 minutes. In order to finish by 6:30, I will interrupt the list speakers at about 6:25 to allow time for the reply and the vote. I call Ms. Grippo rapporteur. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. Ms. Grippo, the floor is yours. You need to insert the card. No hurry, no hurry. It's okay. Yeah, the floor is yours. You need to push it. The card, you need to push it. You're not registered yet. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Cari colleghi, oggi noi parliamo di cinema e il cinema è nato negli Stati del Consiglio d'Europa, dalla Parigi dei fratelli Lumière, dove il cinema è stato inventato, questo linguaggio così importante per gli esseri umani, ai festival di Berlino, di Venezia, di Cannes, le scuole di Londra, di Praga. Il nostro continente ha inventato linguaggi che hanno formato l'immaginario collettivo del mondo intero. E non è solo una storia di successi passati, è la radice che ci ricorda che l'Europa, quando coopera, è capace di guidare e non solo inseguire. Noi pensiamo a tantissime eccellenze di paesi grandi e piccoli, dei Paesi membri del Consiglio d'Europa, lo sguardo del cinema finlandese e svedese sulla condizione umana, l'uso dell'animazione, della narrazione visuale nel cinema lettone, nel cinema belga, l'hub audiovisivo che sta diventando la Spagna, la Turchia. Oggi quella eredità prende una nuova forma nelle serie televisive. Negli ultimi 10 anni le produzioni europee di serie è aumentata del 46%, superando le 3.000 ore originali ogni anno. Il settore audiovisivo vale 130 miliardi di euro e cresce del 7% l'anno. Parliamo di centinaia di migliaia di posti di lavoro, di filiere industriali complesse, di nuove professioni creative e tecnologiche. E parliamo anche di pluralismo, di libertà d'espressione, di identità culturale europea. L'Europa è stata protagonista dal Covid in poi di una grande crescita in questo ambito e la dimostrazione che la nostra forza sta proprio nella diversità, nelle creazioni piccole, indipendenti, ma anche nella capacità di cooperare, di creare progetti più grandi, lavorando tutti insieme. In questo scenario si colloca la Convenzione sulle coproduzioni di serie, una cornice giuridica che permette di riconoscere lo status di coproduzione ufficiali alle opere realizzate insieme da produttori di più paesi. Significa, in un mercato sempre più aggressivo da Occidente e da Oriente, consentire a tutti i nostri Stati e ai produttori piccoli e grandi che stanno in tutte le nostre nazioni di avere accesso facilitato ai finanziamenti, più possibilità di condivisione dei costi e dei rischi, maggiore mobilità di talenti, più circolazione delle opere. In un mercato dominato da pochi grandi operatori globali, questa Convenzione offre uno strumento concreto per rafforzare la competitività europea senza sacrificare la pluralità dei nostri ecosistemi nazionali. Per queste ragioni è un'iniziativa da accogliere con convinzione e l'opinione che l'Assemblea oggi esamina ha proprio questo obiettivo: dare massimo sostegno alla Convenzione, rafforzandone lo spirito con alcuni suggerimenti che la rendono più chiara e attuabile. Non possiamo ignorare che alcuni Stati membri, rappresentanti dell'industria e dell'Unione Europea, hanno sollevato preoccupazioni in merito all'assenza di una valutazione di impatto e ad alcuni altri elementi. Per questo abbiamo fatto un lungo lavoro e io approfitto per ringraziare la Commissione che ha lavorato compattamente e unanimamente, tutti i gruppi politici che hanno dato un contributo parlando con le associazioni, per arrivare a un risultato che fosse bilanciato e che consentisse, con 2 piccoli miglioramenti che noi suggeriamo, a questa risoluzione di marciare più convintamente e di essere attuata. Il primo aspetto riguarda la definizione di coproduttori indipendenti contenuta nell'appendice 3, così come rischia di entrare in conflitto con le legislazioni nazionali e di trasformarsi, pur pensata come residuale, in uno standard imposto. Per questa ragione noi preferiamo chiarire che ogni Stato deve avere, l'80% degli Stati già lo hanno, ma deve avere una propria definizione della quale si deve dotare entro qualche tempo dall'entrata in vigore della Convenzione. L'altro tema cruciale su cui abbiamo fatto un grande lavoro, speriamo che convinca tutti, ma veramente con pazienza per cercare di ascoltare tutti, è il rapporto dei diritti di utilizzazione. Le pratiche di total buyout o di acquisizioni troppo estese, spesso a condizioni penalizzanti, rischiano di comprimere la libertà dei produttori e di limitare la circolazione delle opere. È indispensabile che chi investe al contempo però venga remunerato per i suoi investimenti. Noi abbiamo però, per questo abbiamo chiesto di togliere una parte troppo vincolante che era nella risoluzione così come era elaborata, ma è importante che gli Stati membri abbiano legislazioni che prevedano che le trattative commerciali relative allo sfruttamento dei diritti tengano conto della possibilità per i produttori indipendenti di sfruttare determinati diritti secondari sulle loro opere e di costruire dei cataloghi di opere. Con questi aggiustamenti il testo, a nostro avviso, acquista solidità e diventa davvero attuabile nei diversi contesti nazionali, che sono molto diversi, che sono a uno stadio di maturazione del loro mercato audiovisivo molto diversi e che tutti meritano di essere sostenuti, sia quelli piccoli, sia quelli grandi, sia quelli dove ci sono grandi player internazionali, sia quelli dove invece si sta solo affacciando un nuovo mercato dell'audiovisivo. È così che la Convenzione può passare dall'essere un buon proposito a diventare uno strumento capace di stimolare cooperazioni concrete, rafforzare i nostri produttori, favorire l'innovazione e mantenere viva la vocazione europea, raccontare storie diverse in lingue diverse che insieme costruiscono un'unica identità culturale. Grazie.
Thank you, Madam Grippo. Now in the debate, I call first Ms. Laura Castel to speak on behalf of the United European Left. Please, Madam.
Thank you, Chair. Let me be clear. This draft convention we think is solid because in a media landscape dominated by global giants, Europe urgently needs this tool to strengthen our cultural sovereignty, protect our creators, and ensure access to pluralistic media landscape. But I must say that this opinion surprisingly supports large companies, the strongest players in the audiovisual ecosystem, rather than independent producers, small creators, and public interest. For example, in relation to the definition of independent producer, the Convention proposed a common definition which opens the door for small producers. Instead, the opinion insists on leaving every state to its own definitions, which means perpetuating unequal markets, even if it is Turkey, Georgia, Azerbaijan, or Moldova. On rights of unlicensing, the opinion again sides with the biggest players. It warns that new rules may disrupt broadcasters' business model, but which business model is this opinion defending? Unfortunately, not the public's right to diverse, independent content. Instead, the interest of companies that, as monopolies, dominate the field. And on data, instead of embracing transparency, the opinion raises fears of confidentiality or burden. But currently, it's the public who have no say in how their data is used, and are the creators who cannot access information on how their work is consumed. So transparency is not a threat, it is a democratic necessity. And cultural sovereignty, dear colleagues, cannot mean protecting the strongest players, I am finishing, at the expense of pluralism and fairness. In conclusion, we call to support the draft convention as it is, with no amendments, since it is ambitious, strengthen the protection of the independence and enforce data transparency. And we recommend reject the opinion. I'm so sorry. Culture is not only a market, it's the voice of our societies, our democracy, and our future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Castel. The next on our list is Luz Martinez Seijo, who will speak on behalf of the Socialist Group.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Quiero comenzar reconociendo el esfuerzo de la señora Grippo para lograr un consenso en este proyecto que busca fortalecer la cooperación cultural europea en el ámbito audiovisual. Sin embargo, este texto plantea cuestiones que merecen una reflexión política profunda. En primer lugar, la definición de productor independiente, que aunque se presenta como subsidiaria en ausencia de legislación nacional y según el apéndice 3, puede convertirse en un estándar supranacional, generando interferencias normativas con los marcos legales nacionales y los sistemas de ayuda públicas. La existencia de esta definición es una seña de identidad europea y el punto de apoyo para garantizar la excepción cultural. Por tanto, defendemos que cada Estado mantenga la soberanía para defender este concepto conforme a su legislación. En segundo lugar, la participación de proveedores de servicios como productores. El texto permite que plataformas o televisiones públicas participen como productores, lo que puede generar ambigüedades. Podría reconocerse su papel sin otorgarles el mismo estatus, evitando así conflictos interpretativos y protegiendo la lógica de los sistemas de ayudas públicas. Asimismo, este proyecto define criterios para acceder a ayudas oficiales, pero no aborda con suficiente claridad cómo se ordenarán los derechos en coproducciones con plataformas o televisiones públicas, lo que requiere referencias específicas que garanticen una coherencia normativa. Además, la protección de los derechos de propiedad intelectual es esencial. Si queremos una convención que promueva la diversidad cultural, debemos garantizar que todos los participantes respeten los derechos de autor definidos en cada país. Como conclusión, la convención tiene un potencial transformador, pero requiere ajustes para evitar desequilibrios estructurales y preservar la diversidad de los sistemas nacionales. Apoyamos su espíritu, pero pedimos que se respete el principio de subsidiariedad, se realice un análisis de impacto riguroso y se garantice una participación real de todos los actores del sector. Señora Grippo, nuestro apoyo para mejorar el borrador de la Convención, como bien sugiere en su informe. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam. Now we'll continue with Mr. Benjamin Dahl, who will speak on behalf of the EPP. Please.
Thanks, Ms. Chairperson. Dear colleagues, we welcome the ambition of the draft convention. It rightly seeks to promote cross-border collaboration, cultural diversity and pluralism in a fast-changing audiovisual landscape. We value its attempt to encourage independent co-productions and to provide a framework for international cooperation. At the same time, we must be cautious. The Convention risks shifting the focus away from the cultural value of works towards the status of one specific category of producers. While independent producers do contribute enormously to pluralism, other production models are equally important in fostering freedom of expression, audience access, and innovation. Indeed, I believe that high-quality audiovisual productions require a thriving media ecosystem in which all actors are respected and able to play their role. Independent and so-called dependent producers, public and private broadcasters, distributors, screenwriters, directors, actors, casts, and crew. During a very interesting panel debate on this issue in Paris, it struck me that both private and public broadcasters share the same concerns about the convention. Several stakeholders also mentioned that there had not been sufficient consultation and dialogue. We would like to thank Valentina Grippo for her report. The EPP supports this report and its recommendations. Our message today is very clear. Before adoption, the Committee of Ministers must bring all stakeholders around the table and engage in a real dialogue. The Convention will only be successful if it can count on the broad support of the whole audiovisual ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dahl. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Mr. Malte Kaufmann will take the floor.
Ja, sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, meine Damen und Herren, ich möchte mich auch bedanken bei allen, die hier mitgeholfen haben bei dem Entwurf der Resolution, besonders bei Frau Kollegin Grippo, und dass auch viele Anliegen, die wir hatten, hier durch Amendments und Klarstellungen dann auch noch Berücksichtigung fanden. Im weiteren Verfahren ist es uns wichtig, auf 3 besondere Punkte aufmerksam zu machen, die uns sehr wichtig sind als ECPA-Fraktion. Einmal Schutz unabhängiger, kreativer Kulturen. Gerade kleine Länder und unabhängige Produzenten, ihnen muss weiterhin ermöglicht werden, ihr geistiges Eigentum zu bewahren und ihre eigenen originären Geschichten in verschiedenen Sprachen zu erzählen. Zweitens Existenzrisiko für Kreative in kleinen Märkten. Produzenten in kleinen Ländern bewegen sich auf einem unsicheren Markt, in dem jedes neue Projekt mit beträchtlichen Risiken verbunden ist. Wenn sie nun die Rechte an ihren Werken verlieren, etwa weil Plattformen oder große Partner im Rahmen der neuen Regeln die Hoheit über Inhalte übernehmen, werden die Kreativen auf reine Erfüllungsgehilfen degradiert. Und drittens Vielfalt sichern. Einseitigkeit bekämpfen. Meine Damen und Herren, die Stärke Europas ist ihre Vielfalt. Unterschiedliche Sprachen, Stile, Erzählweisen und Erfahrungen formen unser aller kulturelles Erbe. Fällt der Schutz für die Unabhängigkeit kleinerer Produzenten, droht ein Kulturverlust durch globale Plattformen mit Geschichten, die nur noch den Massengeschmack bedienen, den Mainstream und keinen Raum mehr für regionale Identitäten lassen. Ich komme zum Fazit. Wir dürfen nicht zulassen, dass wirtschaftliche Interessen weniger globaler Player unsere kulturelle Eigenständigkeit gefährden. Lassen wir unsere verschiedensten Geschichten in Europa nicht verstummen. Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufmann. And now Mr. Petri Honkonen will speak on behalf of ALDE.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The objective of the Convention is to support international cooperation and cultural diversity in the production of audiovisual series. The Convention aims to strengthen the position of independent producers and facilitate cross-border co-productions. On behalf of the ALDE Group, I would like to thank the rapporteur, Madame Grippo, for her balanced and comprehensive overview of this issue. The discussions have taken place among all the stakeholders, and the report reflects the different aspects of the Convention. The role of the Council of Europe is to protect cultural diversity and safeguard cultural minorities and languages, including the field of culture and audiovisual productions, which are among the most widely consumed forms of art nowadays. This is why the Council of Europe has prepared this legal instrument to member states. Concrete actions are required from member states. The concerns expressed by small independent producers are fully understandable. On behalf of our group, I want to stress the importance of cultural diversity in this sector. Without independent producers, we would face monotonous content, and many stories would remain untold and many small languages would remain unheard. The proposed amendments aim to improve the practical applicability of the agreement in national contexts and accepting the convention is an important step forward in promoting co-productions and cooperation. We must notice that any delays would harm the film industry at all levels. We support the spirit of the convention and hope that all aspects mentioned will be carefully considered in its future implementation by Member States and European Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honkonen. And to the next in our debate, I call Mr. Bob de Brabander. Please, Mr.
This convention is just a technical document. It is a tool to ensure that producers from smaller markets are not reduced to subcontractors from global platforms, but remain true authors. They have to keep their intellectual property, their creative control, and the ability to tell their own stories in their own languages. In small markets, every production carries a greater financial risk. If creators lose their rights, they lose their independence. And Europe's cultural strength lies in the right kind of diversity. Many nations, cultures, languages, stories, perspectives, and a shared history. If protective mechanisms are weakened, we risk seeing only homogenized content designed for the biggest markets. That will be a cultural loss. It would also undermine jobs, economic independence, and in some way even the survival of smaller languages, Finnish, Maltese, Estonian, Luxembourgish, and so on. And even my own language, Dutch. They are not exactly world languages, but they are each part of what I like to call the European cultural tapestry. I will give you an example. Granted, it's not about the series, but not so long ago I was in Tallinn and I watched the screening of a film called Nähtamatu Võitlus, called The Invisible Fight in English. I won't go into the contents too much, but I can tell you it was at the very least interesting, very unique, and I'm sure that there would be not any support for individual authors or regisseurs or series and films, something like that would not be made, and that would be a loss. That is why the clarification on the exploitation of rights is so crucial. Independent producers must be able to exploit their own works and build catalogs that allow them to grow sustainably. I welcome that this was addressed in the rapporteur's speech. With that in mind, I agree to adopt this report, but with vigilance. It can be a powerful instrument to safeguard cultural sovereignty, provided that we uphold the right of independent creators to remain the authors of their own work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brabander. Now I give the floor to Ms. Mariana Pulak. Please, Madam.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, today we are discussing the draft convention of the co-production of audiovisual works in the form of series. This is a very complex issue that involves many stakeholders, from independent producers, film funds, national institutions, to large broadcasters and global streaming platforms. Their interests are often conflicting, and throughout this process it has been difficult to strike a balance. On the other hand, independent producers and the national film funds call for strong safeguards in order to retain the rights to their works and to build catalogs that guarantee their long-term sustainability. On the other hand, broadcasters and platforms insist on greater flexibility in definitions and contracts. The European Commission, meanwhile, is concerned with consistency with the upcoming reform of the Audiovisual Media Services Directive. It is therefore important to stress that after lengthy debates and tensions, European negotiations were held between the rapporteur and the representative of European Film Agencies directors, which brings together national film agencies. The result of these talks is an agreement to support the report without additional amendments, but with a clear remark highlighting the importance of ensuring that independent producers can exploit their rights and build catalogs of works. While EFAD has expressed disappointment that the report does not fully achieve the original ambition of the Convention, they also recognize that any further delay would harm the entire sector. They therefore accept this compromise while making it clear that they will continue to work to ensure that the final convention reflects its original purpose with its strong support for European independent producers and cultural diversity. I therefore invite you to also recognize this compromise and to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pulak. The next on our list is Mr. Richard Schlesser. The floor is yours, Mr.
Colleagues, Europe's audiovisual industry is strong. We already produce more than the United States, and our local traditions, languages, and stories give us a unique identity. The Convention on the Co-Production of Audiovisual Works in the form of series is designed to build on that strength by creating a framework for cross-border collaboration that allows European productions to reach wider audiences. Yes, there are risks. The definition of independent producer may not align with every national system. Broadcasters, who remain our largest investors, have concerns about being pushed aside. And we must remember that smaller local language productions are the backbone of Europe's streaming catalogs and an important part of our cultural heritage. These are real concerns that will require care in implementation. But the opportunity is greater. With global conditions shifting and Europe already an attractive place for investment, this convention positions us to lead. It is a tool that can bring our producers together, strengthen our cultural voice, and secure Europe's place in global production. Colleagues, this convention lays a solid foundation for growth, for protecting our heritage, and for ensuring Europe remains a leader in telling its own stories to the world. Thank you to the rapporteur, and thank you to your homage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schlesers. Now we move to Mr. Claude Kern. Vous avez la parole, monsieur. He seems not to be in the hemicycle. So, dear colleagues, that concludes the list of speakers. Now I call Ms. Grippo to reply. You have 3 minutes, Madam Rapporteur.
La discussione oggi è andata velocemente in modo molto simile a come è andata la discussione in questo anno e mezzo che abbiamo lavorato alla risoluzione. Io sono molto contenta perché abbiamo dato l'esempio di come gli elementi che ci sono alla base della risoluzione, ovvero l'importanza della diversità culturale di ogni singolo Stato da una parte, l'importanza delle coproduzioni fra diversi Stati che si mettono a lavorare insieme per fare un salto di qualità, ma anche, è stato detto nell'ultimo intervento e in altri interventi, essere attrattivi come ambito di investimento per un settore che davvero può generare tanto lavoro ed è molto importante per l'Europa geografica che rappresentiamo come Consiglio d'Europa, è possibile. Questo però richiede il lavoro che facciamo qui oggi ed è il lavoro per il quale esiste il Consiglio d'Europa, che significa sedersi intorno a un tavolo e ragionare tutti insieme per andare nella stessa direzione, mettendo insieme interessi che possono sembrare divergenti, da una parte i piccoli produttori, dall'altra i grandi produttori, da una parte i broadcaster pubblici, dall'altra quelli privati, i paesi piccoli, i paesi più grandi, i paesi con una tradizione molto importante sul cinema e quelli che stanno provando da poco. Ebbene, è possibile andare nella stessa direzione, non solo è possibile, ma è doveroso andare nella stessa direzione, perché in un momento così complicato, dove da altre parti del mondo arrivano dazi verso i prodotti che nascono nei nostri paesi e si irrigidiscono i meccanismi, e noi invece abbiamo davvero la possibilità di consentire agli Stati membri non solo di difendere la loro diversità culturale, non solo di raccontare, si diceva prima, di piccoli film. Ognuno di noi ha vissuto l'esperienza che raccontava il collega Bobde, l'idea che c'è un piccolo film, un piccolo gioiello in ognuno degli Stati membri che merita di essere prodotto e di essere visto. e al contempo però meritiamo di diventare grandi, di crescere tutti insieme e essere competitivi su un comparto che pesa più dell'agricoltura nei nostri Stati membri, che è molto importante. E quindi noi con questa opinione, e spero che la voteremo tutti insieme e che dando su questo un segnale di unità o più ampio possibile, diciamo proprio questo. Tutti questi interessi possono andare insieme per consentire a questo mercato di crescere e a consentire un diritto umano, che è quello alla cultura, alla diversità culturale, di diventare, di crescere e far crescere anche invece l'industria che c'è dietro, che è pure tanto importante per i nostri Stati. Quindi vi ringrazio di nuovo gli uffici per il lavoro prezioso e la Commissione per il lavoro prezioso che è stato fatto in quest'anno e mezzo. Non avrei mai potuto da sola leggere centinaia di emendamenti e fare le centinaia di riunioni che abbiamo fatto, quindi grazie.
Thank you, Madam Gripo. Does the chairperson of the committee wish to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, the profound transformation of the European audiovisual sector in recent years, especially with the arrival of streaming platforms in Europe, have had a significant impact on viewing habits and consumer expectations. In particular, high-quality drama series have taken our screens by storm. The co-production of series in Europe has the potential to be a significant catalyst for our valued cultural diversity and pluralism. The Council of Europe is therefore proposing a draft convention on the co-production of series. This draft convention is the result of many months of dedicated effort, and the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media acknowledges the hard work that has gone into it. It is my belief that the proposal set out by Ms. Grippo in her report represents an acceptable compromise for all stakeholders and prepare the Convention for adoption by many member states. In that sense, I hope you will support Ms. Grippo's report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Now the debate is closed, and we will now proceed to vote on the draft opinion contained in document 1623H, to which no amendments have been tabled. I remind you that a 2/3 majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and the results. The draft opinion is adopted. Congratulations, Madam Rapporteur. Dear colleagues, we now come to the joint debate on 2 reports from the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development. The first is titled Analysis and Guidelines to Guarantee the Right to Housing, documents 1624-4, and the second is titled Promoting Universal Health Coverage, document 16-223. The first report will be presented by Ms. Aurora Floridia, rapporteur. We will then hear an opinion on the report from the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons, document 16-268, presented by Mr. Paul Gales, rapporteur. The second report will then be presented by Mr. Stefan Schennach, rapporteur. In order to finish this item by 8 p.m., we must interrupt the list of speakers at 7:25 p.m. to allow time for the replies and the votes. I remind members that the speaking time limit is 2 minutes. Now I call Ms. Floridia, rapporteur, to present the first report. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. Please, you have the floor, madam.
Okay. Okay. So I'm waiting for my colleague. Just a second. Thank you.
We are coming close.
Yes.
Don't be worried.
And the list is lost. Okay. 3 more seconds.
Oops, this is time. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. President. Dear colleagues, a house is the second skin of the human being, a place of safety, protection, and belonging, where we find shelter not only from the world outside, but also a sense of ourselves. It is a longing that exists in each of us. It is also a right which has been recognized internationally for decades, the universal human right to adequate housing codified in international law, including our European Social Charter. This right may seem be obvious to us, even taken for granted, but it is not. It is one of the most neglected rights of our time. Yet, across Europe, we see this right being eroded, too often treated as a commodity to be traded, a financial asset, rather than a human right and a social good to be cherished and protected as if it were our very own home, our second skin. I'm deeply concerned about this. Speculation drives up prices and rents, pushing ordinary families, young people, and vulnerable groups to the margins. The financialization of housing has left many excluded, including low-income households, single parents, workers, students, women fleeing violence, the elderly, migrants, refugees, and Roma communities. A trend we see developing before our eyes, as if we were watching from a window, lacking sufficient measures to correct this imbalance. In parallel, most governments have outsourced the social housing sector, leaving it chronically underfunded, limiting their role in the direct provision of social housing. Today, finding a home has become almost an uphill struggle, and yet, paradoxically, many housing units remain vacant for various reasons, such as in tourist areas or in remote inland regions. The reality is deeply troubling. More than 1 billion people worldwide do not live in adequate housing. In Europe alone, over 1.3 million people were homeless in 2023, including 400,000 children. 19 million more experienced severe housing precariousness in 2020. Homelessness affects 1 in 4 people during their lifetime. And since the start of the war in Ukraine, millions have been displaced. As rapporteur, I have had the privilege of hearing from experts, communities, and youth representatives across Europe and beyond. Their message is clear. Housing policies must be rooted back in human dignity, social justice, and sustainability. They must strengthen resilience to climate change and natural disasters. They must empower young people who today struggle to live autonomously to build their future with security and hope. Over the course of 2 years, our research has been extensive, meticulous, and many-sided. And it has truly been a great team effort. I have become passionate about this topic, which I have closely followed for years in my own region in Italy, around Lake Garda, a tourist area struggling with a severe housing shortage caused by uncontrolled second home construction and unchecked land consumption, an issue common to many tourist areas across Europe. Our work was built on 3 pillars: describing the current situation, outlining the framework of international law,
and identifying good practices from which to learn, essential examples to guide effective housing policies across member states, because where there is a will, there is a way, and the solutions exist. I chose to focus on key issues: the challenges facing young people, the impact of climate change, the pressing problem of homelessness, and the situation in Ukraine. We ask ourselves what kind of housing young generations envisions for the future, and we actively involve them in the process. We shift our perspective, seeking to understand how they envision housing in the years to come, going beyond just discussing the problems and challenges they face today. When we examined the climate dimension of the housing issue, it became clear that much of Europe's housing stock is aging, energy inefficient, and increasingly vulnerable to extreme weather events, which are affecting our continent with growing frequency and intensity. Even though it has become a divisive topic today, renovation and sustainable construction are investments in our collective future. In this regard, I encourage you to visit the Vauban and Riesefeld districts in Freiburg, Germany, which are considered pioneering examples of sustainable housing development in Europe. In discussing homelessness, the urgent and logical need for prevention became evident. Prevention. Addressing the social issues associated with homelessness and acting after someone becomes homeless is far more costly than preventing it. Prevention is the key to tackle an almost insurmountable problem. Finding a place in a shelter in some areas is like winning the lottery. So about the role, the big role that a state can play and should play in shaping housing policy, I will do it in my reply. I will speak about the great example of Vienna in my reply. And in short, I have to say that housing must return to its rightful place as a human right, not as a speculative asset. It must be future-proof, both socially and ecologically, and it must give young people the foundation they deserve to build their lives, because it is our second skin. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call for Mr. Gallis, rapporteur for the opinion. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, now it works. Dear colleagues, the Migration Committee has been seized for an opinion on the draft resolution on analysis and guidelines to guarantee the right to housing, prepared by the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development. And I thank the rapporteur, Aurora Floridia, for her excellent and ambitious draft report and resolution. It is important that our committee has the opportunity to contribute to it, because guaranteeing the right to housing is a prerequisite to access many other human rights. Of course, as politicians, we can and we have to ask how to implement it. This is absolutely right and central. But this report gives a lot of guidelines. And first of all, it's a defense of one of the main social rights, who are work, health, education, social security, and housing. I had the honor to prepare an opinion which recalls that international human rights law protects the right to adequate housing for all people without any discrimination. Despite this right, migrants, including refugees and asylum seekers, are disproportionately deprived of the right to adequate housing. They are the weakest element in the chain of housing opportunities. Depending on their residence statute and the country where they reside, different factors can contribute to this. They may, for example, experience discrimination on the private housing markets or be excluded from social housing if they are not long-term residents. The limited disaggregated data that is available to us on this issue also shows that migrants are overrepresented in the homeless population in the OECD region. And in some countries, administrative requirements even prevent them from accessing emergency shelters. I'd like to emphasize that this draft resolution comes at the right time. More and more often, we read and hear about situations in some of our member states where the most vulnerable people, and especially migrants, must face homelessness and forced evictions, namely those seeking asylum, children, whether they are unaccompanied or with their family. Dear colleagues, I would like also to stress that ensuring migrants' access to adequate housing should be viewed as an investment in the future of our societies, benefiting all of us, notably because it improves social inclusion and cohesion, facilitates access to employment, has a positive impact on health, and enables children to have a stable life necessary to attend school, for example. In this light, we have proposed a number of amendments addressing the particular challenges faced by migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers, and I'm grateful that the Committee on Social Affairs accepted them. Thanks to them, and thanks to all of those who worked on our opinion.
Thank you. I now call for Mr. Schenach, rapporteur, to present the second report. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really the last report which I present here. But it's not only my report. We are two rapporteurs, Heike Engelhardt. Our former rapporteur is sitting behind and watching what is going on with her report because she made the most work on this report. She made also the hearings. And so you have the report from two rapporteurs. Universal health coverage is the heart of the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development, the roadmap of our common future. This ambition was powerfully reaffirmed in the 2024 United Nations Pact for the Future. Our motion for a resolution follows exactly this pact, calling on our Assembly to consider how the Council of Europe and its member states can intensify effort and achieve this goal. This makes perfect sense. As the Secretary General of Council of Europe remind us on the World Health Day 2025, health relies on trust, on safety, and on equitable access, and it's inseparable from democracy. But what do we mean by universal health coverage? The World Health Organization defines health as a complete physical, mental, and social well-being, enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. The right to health and the right to social protection are fundamental human rights. Universal health coverage means leaving no one behind. It ensures that every person, regardless of the background of income, can access essential of health services without financial hardship, from prevention and promotion to treatment, rehabilitation, and also palliative care. Over 4.5 billion people still lack essential health services. 2 million face catastrophic out-of-pocket costs. 344 million are pushed into extreme poverty because of health expenses. Even in our own member states, UHC has slipped down the political agenda since the pandemic. Wide inquisitive are tipping under the pressure of the cost of living crisis, the aftermath after the COVID-19 and the consequences of the aggression against Ukraine, but also by the genocide in Gaza. The human cost is enormous. Maternal mortality has not declined since 2015. Nearly 300,000 women Each year during pregnancy or childhood immunization has stalled. 2.7 million more children were unvaccinated in 2023 than in 2019. So what must be done? We must see that UHC as a strange investment in sustainable development. It improves health outcomes, strengthens equality and gender equality, builds social cohesion, and support economic stability. According to WHO, every dollar invested in health fields between 150 and 121 in income return by boosting productivity, employment, resilience to economy and climate shocks. Universal health coverage is also a foundation of the global health security. Strong health systems are essential to prepare for pandemics, humanitarian crises, and climate change. Now, I have also the honor to invite you. I have some advertisement here on 15th of October. In this building, we have the conference on the protection of health, a landmark event showcasing how the Council of Europe advances health as a human right across all sectors. This will not be just another meeting, it will be a unique opportunity for us, as parliamentarians, to take ownership of this agenda, to translate our debate into concrete political comments, and to show that the Council of Europe is fully engaged in the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal, health and well-being for all by 2030. I will present the outcome of our discussion today, but I count for your participation to make this conference a really turning point. I have the conference brochure here with me, and please come after and take one. Colleagues, participation matters, presence matters, leadership matters, universal health coverage is not optimal. It's essential for health, dignity and social cohesion in Europe. Our task is clear. Through political and legislative and multilateral mobilization, we must ensure no one is left behind. Thank you for listening. And I have some seconds. I only want to say you can support my report, but also support Florida's report. I know this housing report is one of the best, and I'm a member of the World Capital of Social Housing in Vienna, and what she presents is excellent, and let's give our reports a chance for a big support. Thank you.
Thank you. And now in the debate, I call first Ms. Victoria Tiblum from the Conservatives. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, rapporteurs. The right to housing is a social right, not a human right. Let's repeat that. It is not a human right. Yes, Europe is in the middle of a deep housing crisis. Families, the elderly, and young people struggle to find affordable homes. Waiting lists stretch for years, and ordinary citizens who have paid into the system for decades cannot access the housing they need. Yet, at the same time, governments continue to prioritize housing for illegal immigrants and asylum seekers. Entire blocks of emergency accommodation are reserved for those who have just arrived, while our own citizens are pushed further back in line. In many places, asylum seekers are fast-tracked into housing, while local families are told to wait indefinitely. The truth is clear: our housing systems cannot carry both the needs of our citizens and an endless flow of irregular immigration. Every apartment set aside for an asylum seeker is one less home available to a young family. Every emergency shelter given to those arriving illegally leaves vulnerable Europeans out in the cold. We need to reverse this logic. Housing must first and foremost serve our citizens and legal residents. We must stop rewarding illegal entry and overwhelming our systems with asylum claims that are often unfounded. Instead, we should invest in expanding housing for our own communities and restore fairness and responsibility to the system. The housing crisis is not only about bricks and mortar. It is about justice, sovereignty, and the right of our people to live in dignity in their own countries. Europe cannot solve its housing shortage if it continues to prioritize asylum seekers and illegal immigration over the rights of its own people. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And now I call Baroness Brinton from ALDE. You have 2 minutes.
Colleagues, the rapporteur's 2 excellent reports on guaranteeing the right to housing and to promoting universal health coverage fit very well together for a joint debate. The United Nations, the SDGs, the World Health Organization, and other high-level bodies have identified the right to safe and affordable housing and the right to universal health coverage as being an intrinsic part of human rights. And we know that Europe's performance in both housing and UHC are above the world average. But as pressure on public funds grows, the spiralling cost of housing means that many vulnerable groups, migrants, asylum seekers, and young people, cannot afford to rent, let alone buy property. Poor, crowded, and expensive accommodation impacts on their health, and for vulnerable children, it can even affect their life chances. And there is a further problem. House builders are not building enough, let alone the right provision, for those of us who were born after the Second World War, who will be living much longer than our parents and grandparents. And the UK is not alone in facing pressures on social care because our housing stock is not fit for purpose for people in their declining years, or even for those with disabilities. Research by Habenteg Housing Association shows that building lifetime homes, homes with slightly wider doorways for wheelchairs, wet bathrooms, no steps to get into the home, are beneficial to residents regardless of age, and particularly for vulnerable residents. And their homes mean that their lives and health is also markedly better, which, helpfully, is also cheaper for the state too. And best of all, the extra cost of initial construction for this is minimal. So the Council of Europe should encourage member states to use these reports to take a holistic and innovative view to improve housing for all, and also to have universal health coverage that enables people to live healthily and to their full.
Thank you. And now I call Mr. Loukaides from United Left. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, the right to housing is not an abstract principle, but a daily struggle for millions across Europe. Despite our commitments, too many citizens face homelessness, overcrowded dwellings, skyrocketing rents, and the insecurity of eviction. For refugees, migrants, the young and the poor, the situation is even harsher. Housing must never be reduced to a commodity. It is a fundamental human right and a social good. That is why we need more than expressions of concern. We need bold political choices. Governments must invest massively in social and affordable housing, regulate rental markets, and prevent speculation that drives prices beyond the reach of ordinary people. Preventing evictions, especially of vulnerable families and children, is essential, but prevention alone is not enough. Empty buildings should be converted into homes, and vacant properties must serve human dignity, not profit. Stronger tenant protections are also crucial, with limits on rent increases and guarantees against arbitrary displacement. The housing crisis affects broad segments of society. Inflation, falling real wages and pensions, and rising unemployment mean students, pensioners, and low-income households are struggling to pay rent. Inflation-driven hikes have become unbearable. We therefore support rent regulation in high-demand urban areas and linking increases to average national incomes rather than inflation to create a fairer balance between household means and housing costs. The same principles apply to healthcare. Universal coverage must guarantee equal access, but also strong systems, workforce, infrastructure, financing, governance and social determinants. Financing requires courage and decisiveness to implement progressive taxation, redistribution of wealth and European solidarity funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I call now Ms. Petra Bayer from the Socialists. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I think there is no other city in the world known for good housing policy as my hometown, Vienna, where Aurora also took a ride to. And that has a long tradition. It started more than 100 years ago in the so-called Ready Vienna and has its traces until today. About 1/3 of all Viennese live in city-owned flats without any profit for the city. Another third live in subsidized housing owned by cooperatives, also non-profit, and 1/3 live in private housing. And of course, there's a lot of pressure on the prices in these private houses. So it's quite affordable in Vienna, and we still are doing a lot for that. For instance, recently we introduced the own category for land use only dedicated for public housing. We have a very strict ban and prohibition for short-time rental for tourists in living zones, and we also have our own category of flats for young people. So if you want to see how affordable housing looked like, come to Vienna. The second issue is the universal health coverage. Believe it or not, but that is the 34th report of Stefan Schenach here in this assembly. He started his career here in the June of 2011. His first report was on the credentials of the Russian delegation in 2014. You remember Crimea and so. He was active in the Cultural, Environmental, Social Monitoring Rules Committee. He mentioned it yesterday evening, but I forgot he has countless election observations. He liberated many of political prisoners all over the continent, and I think that he really will leave his very big tracks here in the assembly. And also to mention, universal health coverage is not just health policy, it's for human dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I call for Mr. Jan-Philipp Libicki from EPP. You have 2 minutes.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I am pleased to present the position of EPP Group in the joint debate on the reports, analyses and guidelines to guarantee the right to housing and promoting universal health coverage. I thank the rapporteurs, Mrs. Aurora Floridia and Mr. Stefan Schenach for their work. In particular, I appreciate Mr. Schenach for presenting a report on behalf of a colleague, which is never an easy task. Allow me to highlight the key points of Mrs. Florida's report. More than 1.3 million people in Europe are homeless, and nearly 20 million live in insecure housing conditions. Wars such as those in Ukraine and Gaza only deepen this crisis. The most valuable recommendations are clear. Increase public investments in social and affordable housing, introduce long-term strategies to prevent homelessness, guarantee protection against forced evictions, improve housing benefits and family support, and regulate short-term rentals and vacant dwellings to expand housing supply. We must pursue a prudent housing policy while also promoting universal social insurance. This is a demand strongly voiced by the younger generation in our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The first on the speakers list is Ms. Zita Gurmai from the Socialists.
Then, colleagues, friends, adequate affordable housing is not a privilege. It is not a luxury. It is a very cornerstone of a dignified life. The Council of Europe's own report tells us 1.3 million people are homeless in Europe. That is not just a number. It is millions of shattered lives of children sleeping in shelters, of families facing eviction, of elderly people forced into insecurity. This is not an accident. It is not the direct result of political choices that have let speculation, profit, and neglect outweigh the fundamental right to housing. The cost of living crisis has driven rents sky high. Evictions push families into despair. A society that cannot guarantee homes for its people is a society that has lost sight of its most basic duty. The same is true for healthcare. Health is not a commodity, it is a right. Yet, across our continent, people are being left behind. Even before the pandemic, gaps in access and crushing out-of-pocket costs excluded millions. COVID-19 revealed just how fragile and unequal our systems are. Medicine shortage, overwhelmed primary care, communities with no access to doctors, mental health reproductive rights, chronic care, these remain scandalously underfunded. This is unacceptable. In a community funded on human rights and solidarity, no one should have to choose between buying a food or buying medicine. No child should grow up sick because their parents cannot pay. No elderly person should die in cold apartments or untreated because they cannot afford care. Guaranteeing housing and health is not charity. It is justice. It is our legal duty and our moral imperative. It is the concrete expression of the right to life, to dignity, to dignified existence. And it is the strongest defense of democracy itself. Because when social rights erode, fear grows, division deepens, and democracy weakens. But when we guarantee that every family has a home and every person can see a doctor without a fear of ruin, we push back directly and meaningfully against the forces of inequality and authoritarianism. Stefan, vielen Dank, and Aurora and all the colleagues, vielen Dank. You have been a great colleague. Hard for you.
Thank you. Now the floor has Mr. Ronan Moulin from EPP.
Thank you very much. I was just trying to. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, apologies. There is much to commend in both of these reports, but on the specific subject of the report on universal health coverage, it's really important topic, and it is vital that we would all share the view that the promotion of human health is, in a holistic way, is an essential part of showing respect for human dignity, and universal health coverage is a very important topic. I'm sorry to say there is one problem, however, with this report, in that it does have no reference at all to children. And I think that is a really regrettable thing, nor indeed does it reference people with disabilities. And this is a problem because the report does reference discrimination, quite rightly, in another context, the context of preventing gender discrimination. But when you select one, you devalue others. The elephant in the room today is children who are dealing in our societies with mental health epidemics. And I think the report isn't sufficiently aware of the challenges that have emerged in recent years, in particular having regard to the online digital space. So while it is good that the report talks about the social determinants of health, for example, an environment and food and energy, to ignore the new world that we're in now and the particular challenges that children face in a report about public health, we need to recall that the Council of Europe, in a report adopted in April of last year, said that pornography must be understood as a public health issue for which states are responsible to act. So we can't have a report about public health and universal health coverage unless we at least mention children. Children are among the most vulnerable people in our society. So when we rightly address gender discrimination, we mustn't forget our future. And our children are our future, and they need to be supported. And my amendments attempt to address this in the specific context of the challenge of online access to pornography, which I think everybody recognises we need to address because of the mental health problems it's causing for young people.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Ms. Martina Kempf from Conservatives. Press the microphone, please. You have to put your card in the slot.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, liebe Kollegen!
Ich werde gegen diesen Bericht zur universellen Gesundheitsversorgung stimmen, denn er fordert unter anderem in Punkt 12.1.5 zugängliche Dienste für reproduktive Gesundheit. Was bedeutet aber reproduktive Gesundheit? Die Weltgesundheitsorganisation versteht unter reproduktiver Gesundheit offenbar auch den Zugang zu sicherer und legaler Abtreibung. Darüber sollte man sich im Klaren sein. Denn das Thema Abtreibung, also die Tötung Ungeborener, wird in den einzelnen Ländern unterschiedlich gesehen und ist auch unterschiedlich geregelt. In Deutschland zum Beispiel haben Ungeborene ein Recht auf Leben und Abtreibung ist grundsätzlich für die ganze Dauer der Schwangerschaft Unrecht, so das deutsche Bundesverfassungsgericht. Doch man kann auch verschiedene reproduktive Gesundheitsdienste gewährleisten, aber die Abtreibung ungeborener Kinder darunter nicht fassen, so wie es die Präsidentin von Malta gestern verdeutlichte. Denn in jedem Fall verbessert die Abtreibung die Gesundheit einer Person nicht, nämlich die Gesundheit des ungeborenen Kindes. Ganz im Gegenteil. Das ungeborene Kind findet dabei den Tod. Doch auch die Mutter ist nach einer Abtreibung vielen möglichen schweren Gefahren für ihre Gesundheit ausgesetzt, wie schweren Depressionen, so eine umfassende neuseeländische Studie von 2006. Außerdem verdreifacht sich im Jahr nach einer vorgeburtlichen Kindestötung die Selbstmordrate unter Frauen, so eine finnische Studie von 1996, während sie bei Frauen im Jahr nach einer Geburt nur etwa halb so hoch ist wie die in der Durchschnittsbevölkerung. Der Zusammenhang zwischen Brustkrebs und Abtreibung ist umstritten. Eine umfangreiche chinesische Metastudie, veröffentlicht 2013, zeigt aber ein erhöhtes Brustkrebsrisiko nach einer Abtreibung. Nach alledem kann durch die Ungeborenentötung die Gesundheit der werdenden Mutter nicht gefördert werden, sondern verschlechtert sich stattdessen. Deswegen möchte ich das ablehnen.
Thank you. I urge you all to keep the 2 minutes limit because we need more people to speak. Now the floor goes to Bernadette Come from ALDE.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, ce rapport rappelle avec force qu'accéder à un logement convenable est un droit fondamental, indissociable de la dignité humaine et de la cohésion sociale. Le rapport souligne 3 priorités: l'accessibilité économique, la protection contre les expulsions abusives et la prise en compte des besoins des personnes vulnérables. Ces principes doivent guider l'action de tous nos États membres. Confronté à une forte pression sur le marché immobilier, le gouvernement andorran, conscient que l'accès au logement est la principale préoccupation des citoyens, a mis en œuvre un ensemble de politiques concrètes pour renforcer le droit au logement, telles que la régulation des loyers, les subventions et aides au logement pour les familles et les jeunes ménages, le marché des logements vacants. Dans ce cas, de logements inoccupés doivent être mis sur le marché ou les céder au gouvernement pour les destiner à la location accessible. Une autre mesure est le développement du logement social et abordable. Le gouvernement a créé un parc public de logements accessibles destiné aux jeunes ménages, aux familles monoparentales et aux personnes à revenus modestes. Cela a impliqué le rachat et la rénovation des meubles anciens ou inutilisés pour les proposer sur le marché locatif à un prix abordable. Finalement, le soutien aux jeunes et aux familles pour accéder à la propriété et des mesures sociales complémentaires. Nous savons qu'il reste encore beaucoup à faire sur ce sujet, aussi bien en Andorre que dans d'autres États membres. Mais nous devons nous efforcer pour trouver une solution réaliste et durable à long terme pour le logement. Garantir le droit à un logement convenable est une responsabilité collective. En soutenant ce rapport, nous affirmons que le logement n'est pas un privilège, mais un droit. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you. I call for Mr. Emre from the Socialists.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. Before my speech, I would like to note that today is the 68th birthday of Osman Kavala, and who spent last 8 years of his life in Silivri prison as a political prisoner. and I wish him happy birthday and long and healthy life with his loved ones. Anyway, in this debate we are discussing two very important reports. The subjects of these reports embody a crucial vision in the field of human rights. Human rights are not only about the exercise of individual freedoms, they also encompass social rights that make a safe and equitable life in society possible. Once, a politician claimed there is no such thing as society. There are individual men and women, and there are families. The meaning of this statement was that if there is no society and there is no need for social solidarity or social rights either. Our societies have suffered greatly from this misguided mindset. Today we understand much better that society can only exist through solidarity. Society does not simply exist on its own. It is built by people themselves through a sense of community and mutual support. And the critical element of this construction is the recognition of social rights and their guarantee for all citizens. All of the material problems undermine democracy itself. There can be no democracy without demos. And what, friends, is the link between demos and kratos? It is the assurance that people's living conditions are better than those of the generations before them. It is the certainty that everyone can participate in society as equal citizens, knowing that no barriers stand in their way. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Mr. José María Sánchez García from the Conservatives.
Gracias, señora Presidente. El problema de vivienda en Europa no concierne exclusivamente a Ucrania o a Gaza por los conflictos bélicos en curso en esos territorios. En muchas naciones europeas, me atrevo a decir en todas, hay un problema de vivienda muy serio. En España es un problema terrible que continúa siéndolo después de un gobierno socialista en coalición con fuerzas comunistas desde 2018, en el que no hay ningún tipo de promoción de vivienda social, por más que se diga con cifras de fantasía en campañas electorales, y de lo que se habla principalmente es de un acceso a la vivienda en régimen de alquiler, cuando todas las políticas europeas conservadoras desde la Segunda Guerra Mundial han sido políticas tendentes a facilitar el acceso a la propiedad de la casa en la que se vive, en reconocimiento del carácter mesocrático, es decir, de predominio de las clases medias en las sociedades capitalistas occidentales. Y ha sido también el caso de regímenes autoritarios que han promovido, tanto de izquierdas como de derechas, capitalistas como comunistas, que han promovido ese acceso a la vivienda en propiedad. El rapport que estamos discutiendo o debatiendo está claramente mal orientado. El llamado Estado social no puede lograr por sí mismo crear suficientes viviendas sociales en propiedad para las familias de renta más baja, salvo que adopte políticas presupuestarias de más déficit y, en consecuencia, de mayor endeudamiento y o de mayor presión fiscal. Los instrumentos son claros. Se trata de liberar suelo para que pueda promoverse la construcción de viviendas y que, por lo tanto, se abarate, es decir, sea menor el coste en el mercado de dichas viviendas, y la colaboración público-privada consistente en la cesión de suelo gratuito a promotores privados a cambio de que estos vendan las viviendas que construyan a un precio máximo fijado por las autoridades que hayan cedido gratuitamente ese suelo público. Consideraciones parecidas se pueden hacer respecto de la llamada cobertura.
Thank you. Now the floor goes to Ms. Yulia Ovchinnikova, ALDE.
Madam President, dear colleagues, first of all, thank you very much for wonderful work, Aurora Floridi and Stefan Shanach and committee. My speech will be about this housing, and this report is very important and remind us that home is not just a roof. It's a safety and the foundation of life lived in peace. Housing is not privilege or luxury, it's a human right guaranteed by European social charters and rooted in our shared values of dignity, equality, solidarity, and democratic stability. As a representative of Ukraine, I speak with heavy heart. More than 2.5 million Ukrainian families have lost their homes, not to poverty, not to market forces, but to missiles, to deliberate unjust destruction. Over 13% of Ukrainian house stock has been destroyed, displacing millions. Yet even amid devastation, we are rebuilding not just homes, but hope. Yet the 100 million euros loan from the Council of Europe Development Bank to support compensation for destroyed homes is lifeline. It's a testament to European solidarity in action. But war is not only force uprooting lives. Across our continent, climate change is becoming a silent displacer. Floods, fires, and heatwaves, natural disasters are destroying homes and pushing people into homeless. And climate crisis is also a crisis of housing. So, dear colleagues, let us act with the courage and compassion to make housing policies in our countries more human rights-based. Let us ensure that every person in Europe, regardless of an income, origin, or a status, has a place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Ms. Baldurs-Duttir from the Socialists.
Madam President, I want to thank the rapporteurs for their excellent reports. I will use this opportunity to focus on the one on analysis and guidelines to guarantee the right to housing. The report is both comprehensive and detailed, and I fully endorse its recommendations as described in the report. Today, I want to highlight 3 areas: housing for young people, housing for low-income households, and housing for persons with disabilities. This includes meaningful participation of youth and vulnerable communities in housing policy design, as the Assembly invites national parliaments to ensure. Even in Iceland, there has been a shortage of housing. Although construction has increased greatly in recent years, we still have a long way to go. Prices and rents remain very high. There are cases of people paying up to 70% of their income on rent and around 40% on mortgage payments. It goes without saying that low-income families renting on this market have limited resources left to provide their children with decent nutrition, clothing, not to mention participation in other activities. The current emphasis in Iceland is on affordable supply. Non-profit housing associations have been established, and pension funds are increasingly exploring participation in housing investments. This focus is on building smaller, cost-effective apartments that young people and low-income groups can realistically access. Finally, housing for persons with disabilities requires urgent attention. Much of the older housing stock is not accessible for people with mobility impairments or wheelchair users. Our aim should be environments that are accessible and adapted to needs, making life easier, healthier, and friendlier for everyone, so that special solutions become the exception rather than the rule. The key point is this: it is not the disability itself that creates the barrier, it is the built environment that prevents equal participation. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I call Ms. Liane Roth from Observators.
Honourable colleagues, I would like to thank the rapporteur for this comprehensive and thorough report on the promotion of universal health care. Universal health care is one of the key principles of the Canadian healthcare system. It is designed to provide free access to family doctors, specialized healthcare workers in hospitals, and more recently, dental care services for the most vulnerable Canadians. While medications are free during hospitalization, most prescription drugs remain uncovered by public health insurance. Unfortunately, as is too often the case, what sounds ideal has become difficult in practice. Universal health care costs taxpayers far more than what is sustainable. Our standards of care are slipping, approvals are slow for new medications and procedures, and it is a constant difficulty to attract talented doctors. As noted in the report, there is a gap between the actual need for quality health services and their effective accessibility. Wait times for priority procedures are too long, with many many Canadians needing surgeries left stranded beyond the accepted timeline. Our health workforce also faces shortages, including much-needed nurses, family doctors, and specialized surgeons. This situation is particularly dire with regard to the availability of family doctors. More than 1 in 5 Canadians do not have a family doctor. These doctors play a key role in addressing health issues and redirecting patients towards specialists when needed. All of this is happening while the Canadian population is getting older and the needs for healthcare services are increasing. In most provinces, Canadians that can afford it have access to private health insurance and private clinics to accommodate some of their healthcare needs, but there are not nearly enough. These insurance companies often offer services that are not fully covered by public health insurance. With all these domestic issues in mind, Canada remains a strong proponent of universal health care at the international level. Canada's contributions to international medical needs cover many of the subjects touched upon by the rapporteur, including the improvement of gender equality in healthcare services and primary healthcare accessibility around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I call for Ms. Ulena Mushenets from ALDE.
I thank rapporteurs for paying attention to property destroyed and damaged in Ukraine as a result of the Russian war. We are talking not about only numbers and statistics, but about a fundamental human right, the right of housing. I would also like to thank the countries of the European Union for providing shelter and opportunities to millions of Ukrainians who have been forced to leave their homes since the start of the full-scale invasion. This support cannot be overestimated. Providing citizens with housing and reconstruction are among Ukraine's top priorities. More than 4 million Ukrainians have been internally displaced persons. More than 13% of the country's housing stock has been damaged or destroyed, affecting more than 2 million households. Ukraine has launched the special programs, which are the real tool for returning housing to people. These programs were made possible thanks to Europe's assistance. It is not just about financing. It's about solidarity, technology, partnership, and trust. Every restored home is not just bricks. It restores faith, security, and hope for millions of Ukrainians. At the same time, we must not forget who is responsible for this destruction. Russia is deliberately destroying Ukrainian cities and villages, leaving thousands of families homeless. And this is not just about the consequence of war, but about war crimes. International law, in particular Article 8 of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, clearly states that large-scale destruction and appropriation of property not justified by military necessity is a crime, and criminals must be punished. Ukrainian reconstruction is not only about rebuilding homes, it's about restoring justice. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I call for the last speaker in this debate, Mr. Christophe Lacroix from the Socialists.
Merci Madame la Présidente, c'est une surprise, je pensais qu'on terminait à 25, mais voilà, je suis prêt. Je tiens à remercier mon collègue Stéphane Chénarch pour ce texte clair, ambitieux et profondément humain, un texte qui lui ressemble tellement. Il nous rappelle une chose essentielle, la santé n'est pas un privilège, mais c'est un droit. Et ce droit doit être garanti à toutes et tous, partout, sans exception. Car oui, ce droit est encore trop souvent mis à mal, notamment dans les zones les plus rurales, et je peux en parler en connaissance de cause, car je suis bourgmestre, donc maire d'une petite commune en Belgique. Dans de nombreux pays européens, des villages entiers n'ont plus de médecins, plus de pharmacies, parfois même plus de transport public pour rejoindre un centre de soins. Les habitants doivent parcourir des dizaines de kilomètres pour une simple consultation et quand on est âgé, isolé ou en situation de précarité, cela revient à être exclu du système de santé. Et pourtant, des solutions existent. Des partenariats entre collectivités locales et services de santé permettent de maintenir une présence minimale médicale. Mais pour cela, il faut investir et faire preuve de volonté pour garantir l'accès aux soins, même dans les territoires les plus reculés. Et cette volonté politique doit aussi se traduire dans les budgets. Et là, je veux tirer la sonnette d'alarme. Dans plusieurs États membres, les dépenses de santé sont sous tension Et chez nous, en Belgique, près d'1 milliard d'euros d'économies sont annoncés pour 2026. Comment garantir une couverture universelle, y compris pour les plus fragiles, si les moyens ne suivent pas? La santé ne doit pas être une variable d'ajustement budgétaire, c'est un investissement dans la cohésion sociale, dans la dignité et dans la démocratie. Alors oui, cette résolution est un appel à l'action et je crois que nous devons y répondre avec ambition, avec courage et surtout avec solidarité. Stéphane, tu vas nous manquer et Stéphane, tu vas me manquer particulièrement.
Thank you. We must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I go now for Mr. Schenach, rapporteur, to reply. Mr. Schenach, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank all who participated in this debate. But before you vote, I want to remind you that my proposal in this resolution is that the Council of Europe will join the partnership of the universal health coverage. It was created 2016 by WHO, World Bank, UNICEF, OECD, civil society, and also the International Parliamentarian Union, IPU, is supporting them. I think it's the right moment for Council of Europe to join this platform. And the membership would not require any financial contribution, but it would be a very strong signal when the Council of Europe will join this platform. And I say, if Floridia allows me, 2 sentences, Mr. Sanchez, you have a friend in your group, he's from Vienna. He's the vice chair of the group, Mr. Graf. Maybe you should ask him that he should invite you to Vienna to see what means social housing in a city where more than 30% are living in social houses, which are very nice. And I had the chance to host our rapporteur, and she was also very impressed what was possible, and we have been in the new quartier next to Petra Payer, Sonnenwendviertel, and she was really deeply impressed. And it's possible, and you press down the prices and the speculation, and it's possible. So for the health coverage, whatever I heard, I say now in German to Madame Kempf, die Frage der Abtreibung, sehr geehrte Frau Kempf, ist ausschließlich das Selbstbestimmungsrecht der Frauen. Und so soll es auch sein. Und auch wir Männer sollen das immer verstehen, dass das das Selbstbestimmungsrecht der Frau ist. In diesem Sinne, lieber Herr Mullen, es tut mir leid, dass ich Ihre Amendments im Ausschuss leider ablehnen musste. Ich hoffe, wir müssen hier nicht die große Debatte darüber führen. Das würde diesen Bericht einfach sprengen. Danke noch einmal. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Ms. Floridia, rapporteur, to reply. You have also 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. President. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your valuable contribution and insights shared. They show that the issue on the right to housing and the housing issue is a pressing one, a common one, and that we have to act now. And it shows also that we have to restore the balance. There is no balance at the moment. On the one side, due to the outsourced sector, and on the other side, the fact that housing is treated as a commodity. And so we have to find a balance. And as Stefan said before, and Petra too, I invite you to come and to go to Vienna to see how a social housing system works. And we have also to start and to be really firm when we say it is a human right. It is a human right, and I suggest the colleagues that say it is only a social right to read the robust chapter we prepared on the housing sector on international law. And we wanted to offer good practices and to reaffirm the role that the state can and should have in shaping housing policy. For this reason, I explore Vienna's approach to social housing, one of the most successful examples of strong state-led housing policy. And it's true, I could speak about Vienna and the housing system for hours, but let's repeat the key points. Over 60% of Vienna's population lives in subsidized municipal housing, backed by 500 million annually and with 1% salary tax. Social housing keeps rents affordable and ensures a balanced social mix, while urban development protects green spaces covering half the city. Vienna demonstrated that concrete action is possible, and it highlights the central role of the state again. Let us put the state again in the middle of the debate in ensuring adequate housing for all through prevention, social policies, and public investment. It is, of course, true that Vienna has been working on this approach for a century, but that does not mean that we cannot adopt similar measures and adapt them to the realities of our own countries. Let me thank sincerely all the people and institutions we work with during these past 2 years, and including the Council of Europe Development Bank. Thanks for the excellent teamwork that made this report possible. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, the staff of the Social Committee. Thanks, Aiste, for the patience she had with me. And I am really honored to sit close to Stefan, that with his experience helped a lot in shaping this report that is meant to be like a book to read and to see what you can do in your own country on the legal side, on the practical side, tools to be applied. Thank you very much.
Floridia. Thank you. I allowed you for 1 minute more to thanks to everybody because obviously they deserve. Does the chairperson of the Committee for Social Affairs and Health would like to speak? You have 3 minutes, please.
I will be quick as I can because I have 2 reports and then I have to say something about Stefan. So I hope on your lenience also a little bit. The joint debate is ending, and I thank everybody with your opinions and your thoughts on the both of the reports. I really love to hear how you look at this from different perspectives and how it goes in the whole of the world, including Canada. Even in relatively prosperous Europe, the right to adequate housing and the right to health for all remain unfulfilled promises for a lot of people. And the de facto denial of these rights threatens social cohesion of our societies, and it hits the very foundations of our democracies. As the new Democratic Pact for Europe is building, it reminds us democracies lives in the decisions we make together. And housing and health are things that are bothersome problems for all of our citizens. Our decisions and action must go into the direction of strengthening our society and protecting the neediest. Protecting democracy also means protecting social inclusion, promoting and embracing social rights, and tackling socio-economic inequalities effectively. To be credible as politicians, to be strong as society, we have to show that democracy can deliver and leaves no one behind. Delivering on housing, delivering on the right to food, delivering on the right to health. The rights to housing and to health protection are underpinned by various treaties of the Council of Europe. notably the European Social Charter. We need to use these treaties better, making them not only dead instruments on our tables, but making them living instruments that serve social justice. Greater involvement of national parliaments and governments is necessary to help translate our paper commitments to progress on the ground. Our states should drive social justice, including through smart policies and public investments. And what these two reports show us, that it is very easy and it can be done. We just need to add things to our instruments. And this is also about aligning our sustainable development goals, and I'm very happy that you also brought that into the report. So I trust to our colleagues that we can support the draft resolutions and that we can, most important of all, work together to bring them to reality on the ground for people in our countries. And then, Stefan, I heard you had written 34 reports, and then I did some calculation. It's 4 reports a year. And if I consider that, you look really well and energized, because sometimes in our committee, I could see you were sometimes tired, and I thought, poor Stefan, but now I know why you were tired. You were working so many reports that nothing could be helped about it. You have been wonderful in our committee. You have been a strong reporter with strong opinions. You are a joyful person to be next. You are welcoming new members up until today to explain the working of our plenary and our parliament. And I found most of all heart-warming what you always brought home to all the committees that you were in, that were the travels to political prisoners. And you have brought them a lot of, I think, a slightly slimmer of hope, even when they are in very, very difficult situations. And even when you went to those countries, it was not easy, but you always had good relations on all sides of the aisle. And
Madam Chair, it's 1 minute excess
yes, I will come to
already.
a conclusion. So, Stefan, I will miss you very much, and I hope you will be back and you will get some big prize, like a medal, but then the plus version.
Thank you. I consider the debate concluded now. The Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development has presented a draft resolution, document 16/244, on the right to housing, to which 15 amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that the speeches on the amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 5 to the draft resolution, document 16/244, which was anonymously approved by the committee, be declared as definitely approved. Is that so, Ms. Saski-Kut?
That is correct.
Okay, if no one objects, I would consider that the amendment is approved. Is there any objection? Okay, now Amendment 5 to the draft resolution is therefore approved and will not be called. I understand that the chairperson to the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendments 1, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 2 and 15 to the draft resolution document 16/244, which were rejected by the committee with 2/4 majority, be declared as definitely rejected. Is that so, Ms. Klut?
Correct, that's correct.
If no one objects, I will consider that the amendments are to be rejected. I see that there is an objection.
I would like to vote if it's possible.
So we need then 10 members from the Assembly to stand up. Yeah, They are 10 members, so the amendments will be put on vote.
So page 46.
Okay. Okay, so I call for Mr. Goncharenko to support Amendment 1. You have 30 seconds. Does anyone else wish to support the Amendment 1?
No, then we'll just move on.
I don't see. Okay. Anyone?
There's no one to move it, so just go to Amendment 9.
Yeah. It is just a rewarding that better clarify the concept.
Okay. Anyone want to speak against?
Anyone wants to speak against the amendment?
It's Amendment 9. Amendment 9, be clear it's Amendment 9 we're talking about. Or Amendment 1, sorry.
No, it's Amendment 1. Okay, if we shall put the amendment to vote. The vote is open.
Yeah, you have to remind them of the position of the committee, that they have rejected it.
The committee rejected the amendment with 2/3 of the majority.
Normally the rapporteur also gives an opinion.
No, we get someone to speak, and someone can speak against the amendment, but you called them and they didn't answer.
But there was a call for someone to speak against the amendment and nobody actually answered. But okay, the rapporteur, what's the opinion of the rapporteur?
No, it's not. They don't get to, they just the committee get to say.
I am against this amendment from Goncharenko. Is factually wrong, and it has a wrong figure, and for this reason, I'm against.
Okay, close the vote.
Okay, the vote is now closed.
It's rejected.
So the vote is rejected.
Okay, we have to do Amendment 9.
We go to Amendment 9. Does anyone wish to support Amendment 9? Ms. Gardini?
Someone else.
Or someone else?
Yeah,
Okay.
This amendment seeks to avoid an overly ideological approach. Housing is indeed a social need, but it is also the main form of family savings and an economic driver. Both dimensions must be recognized.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the amendment?
This is where the rapporteur can speak.
Yeah.
Okay, I speak against this amendment, as I told this morning, because housing is not merely a social need. Under international law, Article 11 of the UN Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights and Article 8 of the EHR, housing is a fundamental human right, so I'm against.
Okay, now I remind you that the committee rejected this amendment with 2/3 majority, and I shall now put the amendment to vote. The vote is now open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The Amendment 9 is rejected. Amendment number 3. I shall call to someone to support the Amendment 3. Mr. Gauls. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Migration and asylum policies, especially the reception and integration, have a very big impact on people's ability to find their feet in the new host societies and access adequate housing. That's why we think that these policies can prevent homelessness, and, for example, by ensuring there is insufficient space in reception center and so on.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? No. What is the opinion of the committee to the amendment?
The committee or of the rapporteur?
The chair should say.
The chair.
The chair says, yeah.
Must say this?
Yes, the chair of the committee.
We adopted this amendment.
Okay. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is now open. The vote is closed now. I call the result to be displayed. The amendment is agreed. Amendment number 4, I call for Mr. Gauss to support the amendment.
This amendment highlights a legal obligation under international human rights law to protect people from enforced eviction, no matter their administrative status. Unfortunately, this legal obligation must be emphasized as it is not always respected in practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? No. What is the opinion of the chair of the committee?
Amendment was adopted with normal majority.
I shall put now the amendment to vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. What is the result to be displayed? The amendment is agreed. Amendment number 10. I call for someone to support the amendment.
The tenants' rights must be protected, but balance requires also defending the rights of small property owners who may otherwise face unfair burdens.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? The rapporteur?
I'm against this amendment because in our text there is the recognition for the need to balance protection for both owners and tenants. It's there, so it's redundant.
Okay, what is the opinion of the chair of the committee?
By 2/3 majority.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I shall call for the result to be displayed.
It's rejected.
The amendment is rejected.
We can ignore the next one, so we go to page 52.
Amendment number 11. I call for someone to support the amendment.
Short-term rentals are not only a challenge, but also an economic resource, especially for families and tourism. Regulation should not harm these positive aspects.
I call for someone to speak against the amendment.
I'm against this amendment because it shifts the focus to the economic rights and interests of property owners, and we call for balancing the current housing crisis across Europe, and for this reason I'm against.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed. This amendment is rejected. Amendment number 12. I call to someone to support the amendment.
While affordability is important, strict rent control can reduce housing supply. The amendment promotes fair practices without undermining private investment.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment?
I am against these amendments because we focus on a social and public focus, aiming to protect tenants and address the housing crisis. These amendments were set by my colleague Elisabetta Gardini, and I remember her that according to Article 41 of the Italian Constitution, private economic initiatives is free, but it cannot be carried out in a way that conflicts with social utility. Thank you. I'm against.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with the first majority. I shall now put the amendment to vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed now. I call the result to be displayed. The amendment 12 is rejected. Amendment number 6. I call for Mr. Gauss to support the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment recalls the recommendations adopted by our Committee of Ministers in 2019, extending social and housing support for young refugees beyond the age of 18, for example, until the age of 21, is essential to help them find a footing and achieve independence in their life.
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak against the amendment? No. I don't see. What is the opinion of the chair of the committee on this amendment?
It was adopted in the committee.
I shall now put the amendment to vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call the result to be displayed. The amendment number 6 is adopted. Amendment number 13. I call to anyone to support the amendment.
Clarifies that priority should be given to citizens and legal residents, extending equal access indiscriminately, including to irregular migrants, risk undermining public trust and cohesion. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment?
Yes, I'm against this amendment because it is really a sort of discrimination against certain vulnerable groups.
The committee rejected this amendment with two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call the result to be displayed. The amendment 13 is rejected. We go to amendment 14. I call for someone to support the amendment.
So, promote renovation of aging housing stock in a manner that is economically sustainable and does not impose disproportionate cost on families and small properties owners. This is the suggestion. Green renovation is important, but cost must be proportionate and should not create an unsustainable burden for families and small property holders.
Does anyone want to speak against the amendment? Mr. Schenach?
A big mistake by the mover of this amendment. You must have a system where you make a reservation over the whole time of renting, so that renovation is not in a brutal shock for every people who are doing that. And if you want to know how it's possible, we can show you that how it's possible in Vienna.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. The results to be displayed. The amendment is rejected. We go to amendment number 7. I call for Mr. Gauss to support the amendment 7.
It's a huge amendment, yes, because it makes a series of concrete recommendations as how to migrants and refugees to give them access to housing can be improved. And furthermore, it also has some references, relevant recommendations made in other PACE resolutions. So you see there are a lot of things that may seem self-evident, like for example, the increasing of spaces in reception centers, condition that protect people's human dignity, and so on.
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak against the amendment? No. I don't see. What is the opinion of the committee?
The committee adopted the amendment.
Thank you. I shall now put the amendment to vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call the result to be displayed. The amendment is adopted. We go to amendment number 2. I call for someone to support the amendment 2. I don't see anyone. Is there anyone who wants to speak against the amendment?
Don't speak against it if there's no one who's moving it. We don't need to because there's no one moving it. So
Okay.
we can move on. Just move on. He doesn't need to speak against it because no one's moved it.
The content is right, but the place is wrong. The content of the amendment, but this amendment has nothing to do in a report about social housing. But we should, that's what the content is. For that, we need another report of the reconstruction of the Ukraine, but that is not the report for that.
The committee rejected this amendment with 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call the result to be displayed.
That's rejected.
The amendment is rejected. Amendment number 8. I call for Mr. Gallas to support amendment number 8.
Thank you again. So this amendment is about the non-criminalization of humanitarian organizations and individuals. It retakes resolutions and recommendations that we have already made here in the phase, so it's pretty obvious.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? I don't see. What is the opinion of the chair of the committee?
The committee adopted this amendment.
I shall now put the amendment to vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call the result to be displayed. This amendment is adopted. Amendment number 15. Does anyone wish to speak about the amendment?
Yes, the concept of domicile is not clearly defined in international law and risks being politically misused. It should not be introduced without proper legal clarity and consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak against the amendment?
I speak against this amendment. We dedicated a chapter on Ukraine and on the enormous damages that they are suffering from losing their houses. And to introduce the concept of domicile is really important. We just say that that member states can work towards the recognition of domicile, nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call the result to be displayed. The amendment is rejected. This was the last amendment, so we now proceed to vote the draft resolution contained in document 16/244 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is now open.
Is the vote open? Yeah, now it's open.
Now it's open. The vote is now closed. I call the result to be displayed. It's adopted. The draft resolution in document 16/244 as amended is adopted. And now we come to the second report from the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development on promoting universal health coverage. The committee has presented the draft resolution, document 16/243, to which 3 amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind that the speeches on the amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chair of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 3 and 1 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the committee with 2/3 majority, be declared as definitely rejected. Is that Mr. Kroot? Ms. Kroot?
Yeah.
3 and 1? Yes.
Yes. Is anyone who objects
please.
We need, again, 10 people to stand. Okay, so we have 10 people, so the amendments will be put on vote. We go to amendment number 3. I call Mr. Moulin to support amendment number 3.
I read recently that 50% of 10 to 12-year-olds in France are addicted to pornography. This is a major emerging mental health issue. And just as it is correct in the report to address the need for comprehensive care for victims of violence, we cannot ignore emerging risks if we are to look to the future in a comprehensive way, because there are people who are not necessarily victims of violence, but whose health is being damaged. And this is important for universal health coverage.
Thank you, Mr. Moulin. Mr. Shanahan, you want to speak against?
As I said in the committee, it's really unnecessary. What is the content of this amendment? And I insist that we stay in the original text, which is very clear, and it don't need any restriction.
The committee rejected this amendment with 2/4 majority. I shall now put the amendment to vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. Call for the result to be displayed. The amendment is rejected. Amendment number 1. I call to Mr. Moulin to support amendment number 1.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important that children would not be omitted completely from this report as it currently stands. We need to talk about the emerging problems and digital-related considerations such as screen time, the right to disconnect and protection from harmful online content. I think every parent who thinks about this knows that we mustn't leave this out of any discussion on universal health coverage. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shanahan, you would like to speak against the amendment?
Mr. Mullen, I'm sorry. It's a miracle because this amendment has not really any connection with the social determination of health. So please don't support this amendment as it was happened in the committee.
The committee rejected this amendment with 2/4 majority. I shall now put the amendment to vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment number 1 is rejected. Amendment number 2, I call Mr. Moulin to support amendment number 2.
Very noteworthy is the concern among feminists about the impact on the relationship between men and women and men's attitude to women as a result of addiction to and overexposure to pornography. Again, it should be possible for universal health coverage to be engaging and ensuring preventative measures so that people are educated. Healthcare isn't just about giving people tablets, it's about preventing problems before they arise. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shanahan, you would like to speak against the amendment?
No. Come on. Again, the problem is far too specific and to be included in the UHC concept and in this package. This has nothing to do there. And please, I ask you not support this amendment.
Thank you. What is the opinion of the chair of the committee?
Was rejected in the committee.
I shall now put the amendment to vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment is rejected. This was the last amendment of the draft resolution. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16243 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is now open. I close the vote now, and I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 16243 as amended is adopted. We are a little bit late, out of time, but now with this our agenda finishes and the Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the agenda approved on Monday. I would like to thank to the interpreters. The sitting is adjourned. Thank you.
Your first time.
Yes.
Well, you've done everything now.
Okay.
Well
done, Madam Chair.